Hey chat, how you guys doing today? Hello Pancat. Guinea, thank you for the raid. Hello Koyos. Hello Kizuna. That was in fact Persona 5 music. I have yet to play Persona 5 because I am a terrible, terrible person who pre-ordered Persona 5 years ago and bought it for a system that she does not own. I pre-ordered it for the PS4 and I do not have a PS4. Do I have 100 hours to spend? If so, P5 is for me. You have to go back in 100% 5 and then play P5R. Oh shit, that's right. Royal is out. The only monitor you can connect to the PS4 to have internet has no sound. Oh no, that sucks. Hey Hordian, how you doing today? We're talking about Persona 5 and how P5R is after 100%ing FF7R. Who has time to play video games anymore? Certainly not me. I have no idea what the stream is about. I'm in that weird state where right after work, I crashed. I totally crashed. I went to bed, took a nap. I fell asleep to a cooking stream, in fact. And then I just woke up like about 15 minutes ago. So I'm stalling a little. I know I'm stalling a little. I'll do better, chat. I promise. You don't play video games, you just complain about them on the internet. Oh, okay, so you're the average person, Drigan. How are you doing today? Naps are, in fact, life. It'd be nice to go to bed before 4 a.m., but there's a 70-year-old, 3-year-old making noise all night. That sounds like a rough situation to be in, Koyos. I am very sorry that you have something keeping you from going to bed. Let's skip that one. You might nap later now that I mention it. Please do. Naps are excellent. You're fine, but your internet is sucking hard right now. I'm sorry to hear that, Hordian. That must not be fun. Like, you never know if it's the website or the internet. Oh no, it's just the internet. Well, shit, I can't do anything then if it's the internet. And you're having tamakis for lunch. Well, oops, I forget to press start. What is tamakis? I was looking up escondidinho after the stream yesterday. And I've had something similar to it. Because it's basically shepherd's pie. But the Brazilian version of it. But it sounded yummy. A 6-year-old, 65-year-old. You know, the thing with old people being young people and young people being old people, we're taking that to extremes now, aren't we? Isn't Temaki's... Oh! Jesus, I'm an idiot. I thought it was like Greek food. I was like, Temakis, must be Greek. I'm the weeb, and I forgot about the hand rolls. Temaki is in fact hand rolled, yeah. Wii cart revocation. Take it. Please take it. I do not deserve to be in a position of authority. Alright, we're at stage 2. We finished stage 1 and Samurai Fantasy 7 yesterday. That was a ride. What weird thing are we going to have today? What weird amalgamation? I'm still waiting for the mighty number 9 one. I was still deep asleep when a piglet woke me that morning with a knock on the door. It had brought me breakfast, which I ate quickly before changing and heading out. You know, when the game puts it like that, this whole being trapped in a death game in an amusement park, doesn't sound quite so bad. Like, you're living in a fucking 5-star cruise ship. You get room service breakfast. You're not paying for any of it. これは何ですか?これは乙女ゲームです. How you doing, Luna? 恋愛ゲーム. Yeah, that's not wrong either. What did she wear to sleep? That's true. She didn't bring a change of clothes with her, unless they provided pajamas for her. They did suggest that like they knew no one packed anything, so they prepared for that. Hotel pajamas are great. I don't know how I feel about hotel pajamas. Like, unless it's the kind that, like, yeah, sure, you paid so much for it, you might as well just take this home. It's a little weird that I have no issue sleeping in hotel beds, but where people may or may not have slept naked, but the idea of hotel pajamas, like, I don't know how well laundered that was. That kind of icks me out a little. I say that, but when I went to onsen hotel in, what was it, 2014, they gave you robes to wear for, like, when you were going around. That was also how I learned that you aren't supposed to put the left side over the right side, because if you put the right side over the left side, that's how they do the robe for a dead person. Twitch is not letting you lower the video quality. I'm only an affiliate, Hordian, so the stream does, Twitch does not give me quality options sometimes, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm sorry, that might make it harder. Morning! Shiro, Shirabe, Urabe, and Mitarashi. Did I have to put those two names next to each other, Shirabe and Urabe? And Mitarashi were all already waiting in the lobby.
Oh.
They all looked up and waved or nodded as I walked in. All visual novels should be watched in 1080p. Ah yes, you can't miss any of the excellent still slideshow quality. If you wear your robe a certain way, you can get people to not talk to you because they think you're dead. That sounds like a life hack. I think, in fact, they're more likely to just give you side eye. It's Japan. Depending on who you are, they may not talk to you already. The gradient on the shadow of the chair is enigmagasm. Yeah, thanks for asking. I'm being way too perky. Urabe gave me a quick, gentle smile as Shirabe began to talk.
この船が川辺に接岸するのは11時30分らしい。
Oh, wait, so we could have slept in? I hope we could have slept in. We gotta see those pretty boys. Yeah, I know. In, like, the high, stunning quality you have. With an emulated, stretched out screen. All visual novels should be viewed at 180p for the maximum Pringles can music. Ah yes, gotta get that tinny factor.
どうやって調べた?
いや、そこの黒子に聞いた。
Wait. They can answer you? You... what?
ああ。一言も喋りはしないんだが、ジェスチャーで返事は返してくる。まったくおかしな連中だ。
I wanted to ask what sort of gestures they'd use to communicate time, but I got the feeling that there were more pressing things to deal with. I get the feeling that it was probably one middle finger, and then wavy body dances along the lines of YMCA for 30. Maybe you should talk to them in Pig Latin. I wonder if there's a Japanese version of Pig Latin. As Shirabe finished, Wakasa and Miyoshi walked in.
揃ったところで念のため携帯の連絡先を交換しておこう。確か
Oh, eh.
んでだよめんどくせえ。
念のためだ。何が起こるかわからないからな。
Interpretive dance, the new Esperanto. Whatever gets the job done. Base language is base language.
どの道一緒にいるってのに心配性なことだ。
Yeah, they're not really going to split them up, I feel like. But they'll probably get trapped in separate rooms. He rolled his eyes, but pulled out his phone anyway, and started sending his contact info to each of us in turn. He's the kind of person who grumbles and does shit, isn't he? Looks like he uses that phone a lot. Well, someone like him would have to, huh? I, on the other hand, had never been good at using my phone. Trying to share contact information was always awkward and confusing. I wonder how his arrow wound is doing. I was still fumbling through screens on my phone when Wakasa trotted up, phone in hand.
僕の番号とメアド、事務所から気軽に教えるなって言われてるんだからね。
Oh shit, we hit the forbidden info. We got the boy band's phone number. We are now able to blackmail this kid. Right, sure. I'll be careful. He watched me try desperately to make my phone work for a few more minutes before sighing exasperatedly and grabbing it from me.
君、女子高生なんだよね。
Yeah, I'm just not good at this kind of stuff. Cell pics of him smoking weed. He's gonna accidentally send us naked selfies. Send those to the tabloids. He rolled his eyes, shot through menus so fast I couldn't even see them, and sent me his contact info.
ほら、ここのボタン長押ししたらこの画面になるから、あとはこのボタンを押して決定。
Some of you might be a little confused about the whole contacting info thing. Like, does she not know how to text her phone number to someone? Or like put it into her phone? Japanese phones used to be able to use this infrared system, like the old flip phones. So you could send your contact info over IR. Thanks.
っていうか、ほんと君って変な子だよね。
It sounds nifty. I mean, I never got a chance to try it. I never had a Japanese phone. By the time I took my first trip to Japan, smartphones were already very much a thing. But, like, you could just do, like, there are some Android phones that have, like, the touch to trade information kind of thing, or touch to exchange data. It's basically that. Now that NFC is a thing, you wonder if this could happen with that? Possibly. Like, it is basically NFC, but NFC only works for Android phones is the thing. The whole thing with the infrared for Japanese phones was that you could use it between phones of any make. They were all built to have that ability because it was just so common in Japan. If your phone didn't have it, then what was the point of getting it, you know? I think that might be part of why it took so long for smartphones to take off in Japan. Also, let me just go and turn this up a little bit. NFC works on iOS as well? Does it? In fairness, my iPhone is an iPhone 6S, so like, it's 5 years old. I have no access to any of the new hot technology. I'm an old. You saw an anime that used that and thought, wow, they really went full tech with this? Yeah, funny how that's old tech and also how they still fucking use fax machines in Japan. I couldn't really argue the point, but it still wasn't a very nice thing to say. I would argue about hentai being a wonderful thing. But I suppose people have to get their rocks off somehow, right? At any rate, his instructions turned out to be helpful. I collected everyone else's info without too much trouble, and gave them all my own.
文明の利器というものはどうしてこのように扱いづらいのでしょうか。
Yeah. He let out a long sigh.
ま、こんなもんがあるせいで人間が自分の脳みそっていう便利なもんをフルに活かせなくなっているのは事実だな。
便利なものは便利なんだし、使えばいいじゃん。難しいことは考えなくてもさ。
These two are probably not gonna get along.
そもそも僕は人と番号やアドレスをあんまり交換しない。こんなに登録したの初めてだ。
You know, this rhythm gamer dude he's all of us.
マジか。俺なんかもうメモリいっぱいで何件か削除したぜ。
I have never had that experience. I do not understand this dude.
削除って困らないのか。
別にいいだろう。用があれば向こうからかけてくるだろうしよ。俺からは連絡しねえし。
That's cold. I was right when I met them yesterday. These guys are pretty weird. No shit. Touchless data swapping seems so futuristic to you, but then you're American, so contactless payment is still sci-fi to you. It really is. I think, only one of my credit cards is contactless. Or, no, it's not contactless, but it's the kind where you just tap. And I have only ever used it once. It was at a McDonald's. One of the piglets led us off with the boat and into the central plaza.
相変わらず見てるとぶん殴りたくなる面してやがるぜ。
Mitarashi glared at the statue and cracked his knuckles. There he is. As he spoke, an image of Hogstein appeared on the monitor.
やれやれ、やっこさん朝からご機嫌だな。
自分は安全な場所に身を置いて一方的に俺たちに命を懸けさせて楽しんでいるんだ。
Hogstein sighed dramatically. I think he forgot that just yesterday, he already admitted to us that he wasn't planning on letting us escape.
Wakaru yo. ゲームである以上、攻略法は必ず存在する。解けない謎は用意されてないってことだ。そしてゲームを解いていけば必ず敵は倒せる。つまりラスボスであるあんたもね。
おやおやおやおや。
He really makes me mad. What an arrogant jerk.
なめないでほしいよね。
Just then, a chime echoed across the park. Can't we get lunch first? Ooh, it's a racetrack. It looks like a racetrack. iPhone 6 is the first iPhone to support NFC. then I've just never come into a situation where using it was needed, I guess. I actually haven't been using my phone all that much lately, now that I think about it. That's good to know, though. You ate too much, Horty, and you think ordering 4 temakis was a mistake. What was inside the temakis? I'm curious. Hogstein directed us towards something called the Racing Square, so we set off in that direction. I like that it's just like a giant friggin' tire. That's the entranceway. We were there part way when Shirabe began to speak.
で、これから行くアトラクションは何だ？
確かアリスがどうたらとか言ったような。ってなんで俺に聞くんだよ。
アリスカートグランプリ。
Is this Mario Kart? This is Mario Kart, isn't it? NFC is very underutilized on iOS. It's used for Apple Pay mainly. That makes sense. I don't use Apple Pay at all, so that makes a lot of sense.
ああ、それって俺は何も知らねえからな。
Can you stop pretending you don't know shit about this place? Does he really think we don't notice? We all did the polite thing and ignored his bizarre outburst.
アリスカートグランプリ、通称アリスカート。不思議の国のアリスをモチーフにしたレースゲームだ。
It's Mario Kart, but Alice in Wonderland.
レース中に入手したアイテムでライバルへの妨害ができるパーティーゲームで、コアなゲーマー以外にも受けてブームになった。
That actually sounds very, very interesting. Like the mushrooms in Mario Kart make you bigger, I think. So they could make you smaller in Alice Kart. He was right. Even I knew people who were into Alice Kart. Wait, no, but you're the friggin' gamer niece. Mitarashi's eyes had shone with excitement at every word Mayoshi had said.
へえ、カートレースなら得意だぜ。俺に任せろよ。
I thought you had no idea what kart racing was.
でもきっと普通のカートレースにはなってないんでしょ。昨日のゲームと一緒でさ。
His face grew pale and he trailed off, but at least it didn't look like Wakasa was going to refuse to enter the attraction again. I'm scared too, but I gotta do my best, especially now that Shido's gotten Hogsein to agree to release the hostages. Contactless is convenient, especially when you have an iPhone 11 and Face ID. Yeah, I think it must be easier in European countries. They're doing with NFC in a sense because it's mostly used for payment. It's too slow for file transfer since Bluetooth already exists on phones. That also makes sense. The temakis had tilapia, salmon skin, and hot salmon skin. I guess that means spicy, with rice and cream cheese. See, that's interesting, Hordian. I'm not sure how I feel about cream cheese and sushi. Hey, Robbie, how you doing today? Hot meaning fried. Ah. Oh, no, fried salmon skin is amazing in rolls. Yeah, that's kind of late, Luna. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. So what's going down? The the cruise ship that they sequestered us in last night comes with friggin' room service breakfast. We got sent back to the park, and now we're off to our next challenge, which is Alice Kart Grand Prix, which appears to be Mario Kart but Alice in Wonderland. And since the attraction is based off Mario Kart, it kind of suggests that we might get to use items while racing around the track. Did the breakfast have bacon? They sadly did not tell us what was in the breakfast. They just said that there was breakfast. Tea party?
やはりレースだけでは済みそうにないな。
Almost all temaki and sushi comes with cream cheese in it in Brazil. That is very interesting. Like, I know there's a large Japanese and half population in Brazil. Just cream cheese in sushi is something I also know that a lot of Japanese people don't take kindly to unless they've grown up eating it. So I'm curious where that came from.
ああ、初めから織り込み済みとはいえ、油断はするなよ。
After a short walk, the attraction opened up onto the racetrack. Why does this game have such jams? I need to find if there's a soundtrack for this game. Miyoshi hadn't been kidding when he said it was Alice in Wonderland themed. There were decorations everywhere. It was pretty impressive. None of this stuff feels like it really goes with the racetrack.
なんかちょっと違和感あるかも。
それがすごく受けたんだ。アリスの世界とレースゲームの融合。一見ミスマッチなのにそれが癖になる。
No accounting for taste, I guess. Good news, there is a soundtrack to this game. Shit, I gotta order it. Or I gotta find some way to buy it. This game's music is too over the top, it doesn't really match with the game. It's definitely not focused on being typical cutesy love story. If we don't have an awful her head section, you're gonna be very disappointed. It would definitely be a shame if it weren't there. It would be excellent if it was happening while you were on the racetrack and it was just an obstacle you had to overcome, like a mini golf course. Before we could continue, the announcer started up.
ようこそ不思議の国サーキットへ。さあみんな、二人一組でペアを作り、カートへ乗り込もう。
Wait, we have 7 people.
カートはあれか。エンジンで走るレーシングカートとは本格的だな。
ああ、8台あるが、すでに4台には黒子の奴らが乗り込んでいるようだな。
So we have to race against the pigs too.
面白い。こいつらみんなライバルってわけか。いいじゃねえか。ぶっちぎってやるぜ。
He seemed pretty excited to get started and kept reminding us how good he was at kart racing.
レースは3周勝負。全員クラッシュするか、黒子が優勝したらクリア失敗になっちゃうので気をつけよう。
Sounds pretty normal, but why do I have a feeling that it won't be?
まあ、昨日のアトラクションの様子からしてそれは考えにくいだろう。
A visual novel doesn't really fit in with high-octane music. There are honestly all sorts of visual novels. I get the feeling that when you hear this kind of music, you really want to move or do something instead of just sitting there and reading. But like we had some really high octane music in Raging Loop. I feel like, which was pure reading.
とにかく組み分けをしよう。とはいえ我々は奇数だ。一人になってしまう者がいるが。
That said, I'm trying to think, was there ever any point while we were playing Raging Loop that I wanted to dance? And the answer is no.
ああ、そんじゃ俺が一人になるわ。なるべく軽い方がスピードが出るからな。
Looks like he's volunteering to be solo.
いや、たとえそれでお前が優勝したとしても、お茶会への参加がお前一人になってしまう。
He probably should not be alone.
本番の謎解きが仕掛けられているだろうお茶会には二人で参加するべきだ。
We all agreed that Shiro was right, so someone would have to pair up with Mitarashi. So, who's going to go by themselves then? I'm really pretty terrible at kart racing. Maybe I should be the single driver. But what if I screwed that up and get in somebody's way? I was still pondering it when Urabe spoke up.
私が一人で乗りましょう。私は酔いやすいので、スピードの出る乗り物は苦手なんです。二人で乗って足を引っ張るくらいなら、最初から優勝争いに絡まないと決まっていた方が心穏やかです。
よし、それでは一人で参加するのは浦部君丸で決まりだな。
と、あとは組み分けか。ここはオーソドックスにじゃんけんで決めるか。
We nodded and held out our hands.
同じのを出したやつと組む。それでいいな。
You know, I've only ever seen that in Japanese media, where they use rock, paper, scissors to decide who pairs up how. That's not really convention in other countries, isn't it? Is it?
おうよ。
了解。
じゃあ行くよ。じゃんけん。
Pong. Are we going with rock, scissors, or paper? I don't know which one goes with which. So, scissors. Guinea with the instant scissors. Oh.
僕と君の二人がペアか。よろしく。
Scissors got us the gamer dude. I think we made the extremely right choice here. I'm sure we'll do fine. As long as I don't get in the way, at least. That left Shido with Shirabe and Wakasa with Mitarashi. He cuts up the dance floor after all. I climbed into my cart. Looks like there are two sets of controls, one for the wheel and one for the gas. I guess I've got the gas. Oh, okay. Hold on one moment. She said the thing. I have to do the thing now. Wait, Urabe won't be able to drive by himself. I looked over at him. Shit, I have to read everyone's lines while this is happening. Okay. You needn't worry. Apparently this cart has been made so it can be driven by a single person. Oh, good. He gave me a small smile, and I fell back into my seat, relieved. So I've got the gas pedal, and what are these? There were several buttons set across the dashboard. Missile, caltrops, oil, boost. Are these what Miyoshi was talking about earlier? But none of them are lit up. It is gas, gas, gas. I looked over to see Miyoshi grasping the wheel with white-knuckled hands, his face unreadable. Good luck, he said. You too. He hadn't even turned to look at me. He's kind of making me worried, but he was amazing in the hallway yesterday. We should be fine. Alright, we now return you to your regularly scheduled game audio. I repeated that to myself and started examining the dashboard. When I placed my foot on the gas pedal, Miyoshi suddenly spoke up again.
踏んだら走って離したら止まるから
Yeah. I knew how a gas pedal worked. I just wasn't sure how we were going to work in tandem if we didn't talk. I don't think I'm going to get much more out of him, though. I sighed. All I could do was try my best and pay close attention. The roar of an engine startled me back to reality. Apparently, Miyoshi had started the car. A piglet holding a flag appeared next to the starting line, and the signal light came on. It turned from red to green, and the race was on. The track was straight from the starting line until the first corner. Well, I should probably gun it here and then ease off when we hit the curve. If we tried to take the curve too fast, then we'd be in trouble.
悪くないよ
Huh? Oh, thanks. It looked like my plan had worked out. We managed to move up 2 cars from last place. Our communication wasn't great, but we seemed to be doing alright despite that. We're in 5th place. Miyoshi jerked the wheel to the side in the middle of the straightaway, taking us close to the edge of the track. I was about to ask why when I heard a noise.
よしアイテムゲット
Huh? What do you mean?
そこのボタン見てよ
Oh! I looked down at the dashboard. The light next to one of the buttons was lit.
コースにハテナのマークあるだろあれの上を通過するとランダムで一つアイテムが手に入るんだ
It is straight up Mario Kart. Oh, so the lit missile button means...
ミサイルが使えるってこと順位を上げるにはミサイルかブーストのどっちかがいいアイテムは重複して持てないからミサイルをまた手に入れるためには撃たなくちゃならない
I see. I wasn't quite sure I understood what was going on, but it was clear that pressing that button fired a missile. She got the important point.
今ちょうど目の前に黒子のカートがいるからそのボタンを押してみて
Alright, let's hit that button then. You know, if that's a real missile, and it blows up the cart, the piglet cart, those poor piggies, are they gonna die? We're gonna find out. So we throw a Pomeranian. You know, I've played Ghost Trick before, but I've been wanting to replay it again. Might see if I do that for the stream. It seems dangerous, but I guess I have to trust it. Okay. I hit the button. Whoa! I felt the cart shudder, and a missile shot out from underneath it. It flew along the ground and slammed into the other cart.
ナイスやるね
Thanks! A huge grin had suddenly spread across his face. He likes blowing up piggies. He likes making bacon. I didn't even know he could smile like that. The missile attack slowed the piglet cart down enough that we passed it and moved up.
これで4位だ
Awesome! Our good fortune seemed to have improved Miyoshi's mood, which in turn improved his driving. As if I could just keep working the gas right, we might have a chance at winning this thing. Even though we still weren't exactly working in unison, we managed to keep our spot. By then, we'd moved into the second lap. Miyoshi drove over another one of the question marks, and the Caltrops button lit up. Could you imagine if we actually got to play this racing part instead of just being told what was going on? That would be pretty amazing. The Caltrop button lit up, and wait, another one? The boost is on too. Like if we could just play all these attractions parts instead of reading through it.
気づかなかったかもしれないけど、ハテナのマークもう一個通過したんだ。
Oh, so we can get two at the same time. Pork meat is good meat. Pork is delicious at times. When did he do that?
このボタンは最終周まで温存しておこう。この周回は普通に攻める。
Got it. I nodded and went back to focusing on the gas. We finished the second lap in the same position. Then, finally, we were on the last lap.
そろそろ巻き菱の出番だな。僕の言う通りのタイミングで2つのボタンをどっちもして。今だ。
Right. I hit both buttons at once, mumbled a short sorry under my breath. The cart behind us hit the Caltrops and careened off toward the edge of the track as it suddenly slowed. What if it was someone we knew in there? At the same time, the boost activated and shot our cart forward toward the lead group. In front is Shido and Shirabe, with a piglet cart behind them. Third is Mitarashi and Wakasa. I barely finished talking when there was a loud boom, and Shido's cart suddenly slowed down.
2位の黒子がミサイルを撃った。
I wanted to see if Shido and Shirabe were okay, but I was too busy focusing on working the pedal. We flew past their cart, bringing us to third place. You just realized how meta this game is. This game is extremely meta. Huh? Did you say something?
いや、決め手にかけるなと思って。
We were coming up on the straightaway in front of the finish line when suddenly Mitarashi's cart sped up. They passed the piglets. They're moving into first place. As I spoke, the piglet cart spun out and veered off the track.
まずい。オイルだ。
What? A black slick had appeared on the course just before the piglet cart lost control. After what Miyoshi said, I realized it had to be oil. Ah! We were going too fast to avoid the oil. Our cart went into a spin, careening toward the fence.
アクセル離して。
His voice shook me out of my confusion, and I pulled my foot up as fast as I could. Slowly, we began to slow down. Miyoshi was doing his best to bring the cart under control, but it wasn't working. I squeezed my eyes shut. I opened my eyes a crack. The cart had come to a stop just feet from the fence. I let out a weak bark of laughter. If we had run into the fence, we wouldn't have walked away with minor injuries. If we'd walked away at all.
怪我ない？
I'm fine. What about you? Have I ever played any Atelier game? I have a couple of them, but I have not actually played them. Like what with the whole backlog of games I haven't played, and I keep buying games that I don't play. They seem really cute and fun though.
僕は平気。
I sighed with relief.
大丈夫か？
Shido was already running over to us.
ゴール
Mitarashi and Wakasa had won first place. Oh, that's good. I just wish they would have thought a little more before they dumped that oil. We opened the door to the next area in silence. I got the feeling that everyone else was questioning Mitarashi's actions during the race, though Mitarashi himself was in high spirits. But we had to win. Maybe that meant something like this had to happen. If the piglets had won, we would have failed that game, and everything would have been over. Nobody could bring themselves to judge Mitarashi too harshly. And it's not like he tried to hurt any of us on purpose. Beyond the door was a small forest. A blue sky spread out above us. The whole place felt nice. It was all fake, of course. The sky was a painting on a dome ceiling, and the forest was plastic and metal. In the center of the clearing was a single house. The chimneys looked like rabbit ears. I was actually a little disappointed. It would have been pretty cute if it wasn't part of this awful game.
不思議の国サーキットクリア
The announcer's voice rang through the clearing.
よっしゃ
Mitarashi's triumphant roar echoed across the dome. Apparently, Shido had finally had enough.
Oi, host.
He doesn't even call him by name. He called him by job. He was like, you, the host.
あ
ああじゃない。なぜあんな危険な真似をした？答えろ。
んだよ、うっせえな。これだから正義の騎士様はよ。あの場合しょうがねえだろ。あのままじゃクリア失敗になるところだったんだぜ。
その結果、お前は仲間を危険にさらしたな。
だからなんだってんだ。やんのか？あ？つーか。ホストじゃなくて名前で呼びやがれ。
Fight,
だい
fight,
ぶ
fight.
感じ悪いぜ。
Shido grabbed Mitarashi by the collar and pulled him down to face him. The other man just stared back, unintimidated. What should I do? It feels like they're about to fight. You bet on the cop. I barely thought the words when Mitarashi's fist slammed into Shido's face.
全だっつうのは正義の味方すらはよ。
Shido stumbled back, then threw himself forward, driving a fist into Mitarashi's stomach. They started trading blows, one after another, but appeared to be evenly matched. We all just watched, shocked. No one seemed to want to step in. What should I do? Oh yes, such action, much fighting. It's so intense that they can't show it on TV. Very punchy. I looked over at Rabe. He shrugged, then turned to the fighters.
落ち着いてください。仲間割れなんて、それこそワルドブーの思うツボではないですか。
But his words seemed to fall on deaf ears.
いや、
He sighed. Rabe doesn't look so good. He did say he doesn't do well on fast things, but I didn't think it'd be this bad. His face was pale, and the longer he stood, the more he began to waver back and forth. Someone needed to stop that fight. But I was getting more worried about Urabe with every passing minute. Unfortunately, nobody else seemed to be doing anything. Do we care about the fortune teller? Or are we getting in the middle of that fight? Let them fight. Your face looks really pale. Are you okay? There wasn't any point to try and to break up the fight. But maybe Urabe could use some help. He looked over at me with an apologetic smile.
ありがとうございます。少しカートに酔っただけですからお気遣いなく。
Oh. Okay.
お優しいのですね。嬉しいです。
He wiped some sweat off his forehead with a shaky hand and smiled at me again.
お二人ともそのあたりにしたらどうでしょうか。
Throw the crystal ball at the cop. Get in the middle to kick both in the face. If only we could be such an action heroine. If only. Somehow Urabe managed to calm them down and the fight ended. Throw the crystal ball at one, throw the fortune teller at the other. That's what we should do. Well, the fight might be over, but we're still a long, long way from anything you might call teamwork. We'd come together the day before and I'd almost been optimistic, but today it seemed like everything was falling apart. The pig's voice hit me like a bucket of ice water. Hey, Pants.
やれやれ、お茶会ね。
I'm not sure about how I feel about that tentacle snaking towards the Trubbish. Shirabe was the first to start toward the house and the rest of us followed. A table had been set for a tea party with stacks of fake dishes and teacups spread across it. In the chairs were statues of a rabbit, a mouse, and a man with a hat. Mitarashi and Wakasa stopped at the table. The rest of us headed toward the house. As we passed the table, Shirabe tapped his forehead and began to speak.
マッドティーパーティーは不思議の国のアリスに登場する3月ウサギの家の庭で催されているお茶会だ。
The Trubbish abuse going on in chat.
お茶会の参加者は3月ウサギ、眠りネズミ、イカレ帽子屋。ちなみにイカレ帽子屋はハートの女王に不況を買ってしまったことで、彼の時計はいつでも6時を指したまま動かなくなった。つまり彼にとってはずっとお茶の時間のままだってわけだ。
I did not realize that Alice in Wonderland was that deep.
なんというか、ずいぶん個性的な家ですね。
Did you miss Titanic? Titanic sadly did nothing, Pants. They were woken up, they had personal alarm clocks, and also had room service breakfast. You missed a very intense, action-packed racing sequence in which we drove nothing and read everything out loud. As we looked around the room we found ourselves in, I had to agree. Seriously, what's with those spikes in the ceiling? And we have the stupid one out there too. Was I speed reading? You're right, I wasn't. Shit. I'm sorry, chat. I failed you all. We have to go back and redo that. This time with me speed reading. How are you, Hiloyo? Outside it looked quaint, inviting, and downright whimsical, but inside it was covered in metal plating with no decorations of any sort.
物騒なもんがこっち向いてるぜ。
Gah! I looked up to see that the entire ceiling was a metal plate covered in giant spikes.
あの窓から外の様子が見えるようだな。
He was right. Outside, we could see the tea party. On the wall opposite from the door was a giant television screen.
嫌な予感がする。
As Miyoshi spoke, a loud clank filled the house.
鍵がかかったな。
開かない。
It was looking like Miyoshi's bad feelings had been justified. What's going to happen now? We were trying to see what was going on outside when the announcer began to speak again.
皆さん、3月うさぎの家ようこそと言いたいところだけれど、おやおや大変。このままでは皆さん死んでしまいますよ。
And we have the stupid one outside doing the puzzle. Oh my god, this breakfast pizza is glorious! See, that's funny. I was actually saying earlier that I'd taken a nap right before stream. I fell asleep to a cooking stream, right? And for whatever reason, something about breakfast pie had come up during the stream. So I woke up just thinking about breakfast pies. But like a breakfast hand pie, like a little pocket pie, an empanada or so, with like eggs and bacon and all that jazz in there. Shoot the spots in the ceiling. Yes, actually, we have the cop with us. We have the gun with us. We can. What? As I spoke, I heard a metallic groan from the ceiling.
どうやら天井が少しずつ下がり始めているようです。
He swallowed and wiped sweat off his forehead. Then, if we don't do anything, we're gonna get skewered?
どうやらそういう寸法らしいな。
さあ、
An egg
お茶
panada.
会の始まりだ。招待されたのは君たち2人だけだけれど、もしできるならお友達を呼んでも構わないよ。でもそのためにはお茶会のイカれた主催者を従えて許可をもらわなきゃね。
Oh no, we let the stupid one do it. Wait, is this for the people outside? I looked around and everyone nodded. We'd all thought the same thing. Everything was going to depend on Mitarashi and Wakasa.
そうそう。もし呼ぶなら急がないとお友達が死んじゃうよ。
Although we couldn't hear them through the window, we saw Mitarashi and Wakasa suddenly look up, surprised.
俺たちの命はあの二人に託されたということか。
His voice was grim. If I'd just gotten in a fight with someone, I'd be uneasy about them saving my life too.
今、僕たちにできるのは見守ることだけだ。
Watching people try to save your life when you're helpless sucks.
その場で思いついた範囲の知識は置いてきたが、なんかのヒントになりゃいいが。
Shirabe rubbed his forehead. I thought his sudden monologue earlier had been strange, but now I saw what he was trying to do. We all crowded around the two windows to look outside as Mitarashi and Wakasa came running over toward the house. Mitarashi ran to the door and started jiggling the handle, but it was locked up tight. Wakasa pounded on the window.
大丈夫？閉じ込められたの？
His voice came through over the speaker, just like the announcers had. What should I do? The ceiling is still moving down, but... The ceiling's going to crush us! Hurry up and solve the puzzle! It makes no sense for them to focus on this. Just solve the fucking puzzle, guys. Just hurry up and solve it! I yelled as loud as I could, and tried not to think of the ceiling full of spikes moving slowly closer. But he didn't seem to hear me. I gave up and jabbed my finger at the ceiling. At Wakasa's shout, Mitarashi left the door and ran over to the window.
どうやらこちらの声は届かないようだな。
Oh
俺たち
shit!
はあくまでもギャラリーでしかないというわけだ。
So we're stuck in here and the two idiots are out there. And we can't give any hints or anything. We're dead! We're so dead! Shido frowned and made a shooing motion at the two men outside the window. I guess he's telling them to go back and solve the puzzle? They didn't seem to get it though. Mitarashi looked puzzled and Wakasa just kept nodding. We are so fucking dead.
くそ、うまく伝わらない。黒子のジェスチャーをもう少し研究しておくべきだったか。
He grimaced and punched a nearby wall.
みたらしさん、戻ろう。この家のドア、絶対に開かないよ。みんなを助けるには謎を解くしかないんだ。僕たち二人だけで。
Well, at least he's not a total idiot.
仕方がね。
They turned and stomped back to the table as we all watched nervously. Even though they were a ways away, we could still hear them talking quite clearly.
確か、お友達を呼ぶには、お茶会のイカれた主催者を従えて許可をもらわなきゃならない。だったよね。
He's gonna punch the Mad Hatter, isn't he?
ああ。つうことはだ。よし。まずはそのイカれた主催者ってのがドイツかだが。
There were 3 statues sitting in chairs around the table. A hare, a mouse, and a man in a hat. The man in the hat was the Mad Hatter, but... Suddenly, Shirabe groaned and smacked his forehead.
しまった。どうかしたのか。
いや、マッドティーパーティーってのは不思議の国のアリスに登場する3月ウサギの家の庭で催されているお茶会だ。
Oh shit, he didn't tell us that it was the rabbit's house. They're not gonna know it's a rabbit. That was more or less what he said before. I didn't see the problem. Is there something wrong with that?
作中ではこのシーンで初めてイカレ帽子屋が登場する。だからしばしば誤解されるんだ。このお茶会の主催者がイカレ帽子屋であると。
Yeah, I thought it was the Mad Hatter. Especially because they said the Mad Host. Huh? He's not?
引っ掛け問題か。名前から考えても、帽子をかぶった男だと思っていた。
I would have thought so too.
今言った通り、お茶会は3月ウサギの家の庭で催されている。正解は3月ウサギだ。
Twist. It's actually the dormouse.
大丈夫なのでしょうか。果たしてあの二人、この引っ掛け問題に気づくかどうか。
I'm sorry to tell you they definitely don't.
くそ、なんとかこれを伝える術があれば。
You know, does no one have like a pen and paper that you can sort of slam against a window? Shido had begun to pace back and forth restlessly. This is awful. All we can do is watch. Kizuna is a fucking genius. I completely forgot we had literally just exchanged contact info at the very start of this chapter.
ジェスチャーで伝えるにしても間違って伝わってしまうと目も当てられないしな。
Shirabe frowned and scratched at his beard.
さっき調べさんが通りすがりに言ってた話によると、左から順に3月ウサギ、眠りネズミにイカレ帽子屋だったよね。
Send your BF nudes. Yeah, that's one way to get their attention, huh?
ああ、それにマッドティーパーティーとかなんとか言ってたな。
Something. They're going to decide this host is a Mad Hatter, aren't they? This is bad. I let out a sigh and pressed my face to the window.
ちなみに主催者である3月うさぎは行かれているんでしょうか？
Yeah.
それは英語の慣用句には3月のウサギのように気が狂っているってのがあってたな。
Seriously, why didn't they let this dude win? Just let him do the fucking puzzle.
まあ元はといえば繁殖期のウサギの様子を言った言葉らしいが。
So, when you're mad, you're horny. Maybe it's a good thing that we're not mad ass this time.
とにかくイカれたメンツが集まったお茶会だからマッドティーパーティーなのさ。
なるほどな。だがしかしあいつらが正解に感づけるか。
イカレ帽子屋のイカれたっていう言葉に惑わされるなよ。
The mad was inside us all along. Pancat goes to horny jail all the time. It's true. Everyone is mad on Maine. Shirabe mumbled to himself, almost like a prayer.
なんだよ、楽勝じゃねえか。間違いなくこいつだろ。
He was pointing, of course, at the Mad Hatter.
あの単細胞め。
We all let out a collective sigh.
名前からすればそうだよね。でもさ、なんか引っかかるんだよな。
引っかかるっていや、なんであの家ウサギみたいな耳生えてやがるんだ。
ウサギ。あ、そうだ。
んだよ、いきなりでかい声出しやがって。
そうだそうだ。確かさっき調べさんが3月ウサギの家の庭でお茶会が催されてるってそう言ってた。
3月ウサギ。ああ、だからあの家にはウサギの耳が生えてやがるんだな。
Did they do it?
そう。だからつまりお茶会のイカれた主催者っていうのは
この帽子の野郎じゃなくってこっちのウサギってわけか。
He pointed at the statue of the March Hare, and we all sighed again, but this time with relief.
いや、でもちょっと待って。ウサギの家の庭だからってお茶会の主催者かどうかはまた別かもしれないし。
若さとは余計なことを。そのままでいいんだ。そのままで。
This is driving me insane!
人選をミスったか。
Inside of the house, the atmosphere was filled with anxiety and despair. And with every passing minute, the ceiling full of spikes got a little closer. The spikes haven't moved at all. It's all in their heads.
ま、時間がねえんだ。ひとまずここは素直に主催者はウサギってことで先に進もうぜ。
They haven't realized that they're in a visual novel, and shit does not move.
だね。あんまり慎重にしすぎても良くないか。で、次はその主催者を従えて許可をもらうっていう言葉の意味だけど。
It's one of those optical illusion museums.
ああ、わかんねえな。ひとまずウサギを調べてみるか。
They should all be taking that time to take photos of themselves for Instagram. They proceeded to examine the hair statue more closely.
従えてってどういう意味だろう。そこがなんだか怪しい気がするけど。
おお、こい いつなんか持ってやがる。トランプに拳銃？
As soon as Mitarashi spoke, the screen inside the house suddenly flickered to life.
なんだ。
We all turned around to face it.
Yakko やっこさん、何の目的があって出てきやがった？
大方嫌がらせか精神攻撃なんじゃないの。
Our faces went pale. Yeah, no, the guy who's out there is the guy who punches first and asks questions later.
本物だと。
Oh no! What do we do? There was nothing we really could do. There was no way to communicate with the others.
とにかく、二人が間違えないよう祈るしかないな。
Even Shirabe's usually detached calm seemed to be shaken. Outside, Mitarashi and Wakasa continued to examine the card and the pistol.
みたらしさん、これどう思う？
スペードの6とクローバーのキング。これはどこにあった？
机のティーカップに入ってた。ウサギもトランプを持ってたよね。
ああ、こいつが持ってるのはダイヤのキング。おい、他にもトランプがないか探してみようぜ。
This just turned into a hidden object game. After a few minutes of searching, they turned up several more cards. Why are they all the pigs?
それぞれスペードの6、クラブのキング、ハートのキング、スペードのクイーン、ハートのクイーン、そしてダイヤの8だな。
They spread out all the cards they'd found on the table.
従えるってことは、もしかしてウサギの持ってるダイヤのキングよりも強いカードで何かするってことじゃない？
きっとそれだ。だってでもよ、6とかクイーンならキングより弱いってのはすぐにわかるが、ウサギと同じキングが混じってやがるぜ。
I mean, I think we're forgetting about the Queen of Hearts.
僕もトランプにはあんまり詳しくないんだけど、確かマークにも強さがあるんじゃなかったっけ？
ちぇ、こんなことならポーカーでも真面目にやってりゃよかったな。
For the next few minutes, they were silent, deep in thought.
トランプのマーク、スートでの強さは一般的にはスペード、ハート、ダイヤ、クラブの順番ですね。
See, that's interesting because I always thought of diamonds as the weakest. Like, I kind of feel like in the game of hearts, I don't know if anyone remembers, like, back when Windows came with like solitaire games and stuff. But diamonds are harder than clubs. It is true. But back when Windows came with like solitaire games and stuff, one of the games they came with was a game called Hearts. And like of course with a name like that, you expect that the hearts of course have the highest I guess strength or something like that. So it went hearts, spades, clubs, and diamonds in that game. I blinked. Whoa, you sure know a lot about cards.
いや、職業柄とでも言いますか。占いはタロットを用いるものが多いのですが、中にはトランプを使うものもあるんです。
とすると、あの中でダイヤのキングに勝てるのはハートのキングだな。
Right. If only we could tell them somehow. Almost as if he'd heard me, I saw Wakasa leave the table and come running toward us. The ceiling was down much farther now, just above our heads. There wasn't much time left. I pulled my eyes away from it and back to Wakasa. What should I do? Well, even if we tried to tell him the answer, there's no way he would understand, right? He can't hear us. But on the same line, if we told him to do his best, he also would not hear that. So we may as well just tell him the fucking answer. Use our bomb hair to make an opening. If only we could. So we may as well just tell him the answer. He can't hear us either way. I tried to make the shape of a heart with my hands, but... Oh no, I didn't expect her to make that shape. Huh? What? That's not fair! You can't do that right now, her hair was flat. She wasn't angry enough. It stunk, but there wasn't anything I could do. Are we really just going to have to hope they get it right? Wakasa ran off back to the table.
おい、どうだった？
まだ大丈夫だけど、急がないとまずい。そっちは何か分かったことあった？
It was either heart-shaped hands or ganbatte. There was no winning. Heart-shaped hands basically was a ganbatte.
お、正解のカードを入れる場所が分かったぜ。多分ここだ。
3月ウサギの口？
ああ、ちょうどカードが入る感じになってる。あとはどのカードが奴のカードより強いかってことだが。
It's only bomb hair when she uses the big brain strategies. Ah, yes. She wasn't being very big brain there, so she did not have the bomb hair.
わかるの？
わからねえ。
Mitarashi grinned and picked up the King of Clubs and the King of Hearts.
ちょっとどうするつもり？
こっからはどっちかにかけるっきゃないってことだぜ。
Oh, fuck no.
クラブかハート。2枚に1枚が正解だ。
He's doing the 50-50 thing.
強運の持ち主が勝ち残る。これがギャンブルの基本だ。
You just said that you never actually finished studying poker.
みたらしさん、ギャンブル強いの？
He is not.
強いならポーカーくらいはやってんだろうが。つまりはそういうことだ。
That means he's not. He gave Wakasa a knowing wink. How did you even know that? You can't see.
あいつら、まさか本気で勘でなんとかしようとしているのか？
十中八九はそのまさかだろうよ。
Our lives are in the hands of someone who's just gonna guess. They both shook their heads, but it wasn't like there was anything we could do. The King of Hearts! Pick the King of Hearts! I thought about the King of Hearts as hard as I could, willing him to pick it.
本当に大丈夫なのかな？
仕方ねえだろうが。答えわかんねえんだし。とにかく確率は5割。
He stared down at the two cards for several long seconds before finally holding one of them up.
俺はこいつにかけるぜ。
ハートのキング？
ああ、何かを選ぶときに大事なのは
ハードだろ。
He somehow landed on the right answer for the cheesiest of reasons. Heart of the cards, yeah. Yo, why haven't they been using the phones? They were all like me. They forgot that they had exchanged contact info. There is no gut card. It's time to duel! He grinned and tapped a thumb on his chest. Again, we can't see any of this. The shutters are closed.
奴がバカなのが功を奏したな。
Yes! Shiro sighed.
一応下がっとけよ。
So if the rabbit shoots, the only one the rabbit shoots is him. After Wakasa stepped away, Mitarashi carefully slid the card into the hare's mouth. I can't really see what's happening. I scarcely thought those words when... What?
なんだと。
今のは銃声でしょうか。
The thing they're all forgetting is that this is fucking Alice in Wonderland. And there was a Queen of Hearts card. I'm so fucking mad. We all looked at each other, frightened. What is logic to a mad host? That's true, there is no logic when you are horny. With a dull thud, Mitarashi collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Hi, Dats. You just missed a thrilling kart race in which we read out every single bit of the action. And now, an Alice in Wonderland themed puzzle where they forgot that the Queen of Hearts is the one who everyone's fucking afraid of. No, he had the right answer. Wakasa was shaking Mitarashi's body. The last one alive will be our boyfriend? Possibly at this rate.
貴様!
He turned and yelled at the monitor. The ceiling was getting really close. Urabe, the tallest of us, had to crash down to avoid it. You're only stopping by for a little, but now you're just sad. I'm sorry, I did not mean to make you sad. This game has so much thrilling action, and all of it is fucking text. It's ridiculous, but the good kind of ridiculous.
バカな。ハートのキングで答えは合っていたはずなのに。
My eyes widened. Wait a minute. That means... You kind of love Count Hogstein for some reason? Count Hogstein is a cigar-smoking black pig. I love Count Hogstein. He's our bad guy, but he's pretty great. What did Hogstein mean when he said, "Why do you think there are cards? Who can command the March Hare?" Alice's card uses Alice in Wonderland for the setting, so it's not strange that there would be cards here. She finally has the bomb hair, by the way, guys. Well, I think Alice in Wonderland is probably one of these things. So I'm gonna go select that right now. So who can control the March Hare? Apparently the King of Hearts was wrong. that leaves us with the 6 of spades, the king of clubs, the queen of spades, and the queen of hearts, and the 8 of diamonds. So it has to be one of those. But which one? I mean, why the fuck are they so stupid? That's it! The most powerful person in the world of Alice in Wonderland is the Queen of Hearts! That's the card they need to give to the rare! Is Alice in Wonderland not as big in Japan? Here's the thing. Japan absolutely loves Alice in Wonderland. They adore the shit out of it.
それだ
Shirabe nodded. Hogstein cheered.
ウサギが持ってたカードの数字や数ともキングが複数枚あったのも全部引っ掛けだったってわけか。
Then a no excuse. Our expectations were high. Like, Alice in Wonderland as a thing is so popular because it has that classic English theming. And kind of whimsical too, right? There are themed cafes for Alice in Wonderland. Like every idol group or like every company that manages an idol group at least once will have an Alice in Wonderland themed single or like concert or whatever. There's this decently popular boy band in Japan called News. That's News. And they had an entire concert themed around Alice in Wonderland. Yeah, there's been multiple manga adaptations of it. There's one particular manga thing that I really like, I think, is called Alice in Underground or something like that. I would actually have to look that up. Okay, not Alice in Underground, because that was an actual book. But, oh wait, no, Alice in Underground isn't. And the idea is that there's a kid whose name is Alice, and he died, and then they're all in this afterlife, or they're all in this world, rather. Afterlife was a spoiler, forget you heard that. And they're all thematically like some sort of card. Which concert was that? Was that post P leaving? I think it was. I think it was only the 4 of them by that point. News, Alice in Wonderland, Johnny's. I would have to look that up. Like, I could be remembering wrong, and I could be confusing News with another group. The problem with the group's name being News is that you can't fucking Google anything with them because you get news instead. You somehow missed that? Again, I could be confusing that. It could maybe not be News. It could be something else. Just Google news. Like, I'm not the biggest News fan. I just remember that they definitely had some sort of thing themed like that. You know what? Maybe I'm thinking Neverland. I confused Peter Pan with Alice in Wonderland. Shove me in the hole with these people. I'm just as bad. Anyway, Japan fucking loves Alice in Wonderland. He let out a roar of laughter that shook the house. I looked over at the others and noticed that Shiro was grinning.
そうだぞ。
Huh? He was looking outside, but why? Who was he just talking to? I looked out the window too, just in time to see Mitarashi suddenly come back to life. The pig wasn't the only person who was surprised. Everyone was too stunned to speak as Mitarashi leapt up, grabbed the Queen of Hearts, and shoved it into the hare's mouth.
お茶会の広場クリア。よっしゃ
I like that this one got localized to in your face!
ーやった
They cheered and high-fived one another. Oh! The ceiling!
動きが止まった。
It had gotten pretty close, but wasn't moving anymore. We were safe. That's good and all, but what just happened? Did they remember the cell phones? There was a loud clang as the door unlocked. We hurried outside as fast as we could, anxious to get away from the spikes.
やれやれ、ようやく人心地がついたな。
Yeah, but I don't understand what's going on. Thank you for the bits, Stats. Oh man, really need to, I was not expecting bits, so I did not adjust that particular alert. It cut off weirdly. We figured that out using insight, but it did nothing. Basically. I looked over at Shido and Mitarashi. Did we tell anyone? Oh, no, we said it out loud. We said it out loud and the pig confirmed it was correct. But, you know, supposedly they can't hear inside the house we're in.
大丈夫か？
ああ、おかげさまでなんとかな。それよりそっちは？
問題ない。
I could still remember the fight they'd had. It hadn't been that long ago, but now they were acting almost friendly?
おい、どういうことか説明してくれ。お嬢ちゃんも釈然としねえって言ってるぜ。
Don't use us as an excuse. You also don't get it. Thank you for following name I cannot pronounce. QHTV security VCVR security C7F. That sounds very much like a spam name. If you are a real person, I am very sorry and do not mean to call you a spam.
そうだね。僕も事情を知りたい。
ですよね。
We all crowded in towards Shido and Mitarashi. Finally, Shido cleared his throat and began to speak.
実は中と外二手に分かれてからずっと俺たちは携帯を通話状態にしていたんだ。
What? I didn't even notice.
なるほど。しかし全然気がつかなかったな。と、もしかして。
気がついたか？
Oh, you mean your fight earlier was just an act? Shido grinned.
アトラクション内でも常に監視されているのは分かっていたからな。
喧嘩のふりをして至近距離で作戦を伝えたってわけか。
ああ。そして揉み合った時に俺の携帯用イヤホンを渡したんだ。
I didn't notice a thing.
おいおい、
あ？
俺の腹を殴れ。
は？
俺を信じろ。
善だっつのは正義の味方すらはよ。
腹を殴れと言ったのに。
It became a real fight, though.
くそ、なんだってんだ。あ？
おい、こ
なんだこれは。あ？イヤホン？
お前に電話をかける。これで俺たちの声を聞くんだ。いいな。
It is so fucking dumb. You don't know if you laugh or cringe? Do both. It's okay to do both. I see.
一組しかお茶会には参加できないとなれば、1位になったペアにワルドブーが何かを仕掛けてくるのは予想できた。だからこちらの情報やアドバイスを伝えられるように一芝居打ったんだ。
Yeah, it's good we didn't stop the fight, huh?
やれやれ、敵を騙すにはまず味方からってやつか。
なんだもう、途中から僕何が何だかわけわかんなくなってたよ。
Really? Gosh.
うん、全然。みたらしさんも人が悪いな。
あり悪い。なんせあの豚に聞かれちゃまずかったからよ。
Shirabe is like a sadder looking Hughes. We've had comparisons to Vash the Trigun too. But he still got shot. Yeah, there was definitely a gunshot sound. Someone explain that, please.
結局みんなを騙したような形になってすまなかった。しかし奴に感づかれれば必ず邪魔をしてくると思った。
He bowed his head to us in a quick gesture of apology.
ま、最大の難関はこいつの演技力だったんだがな。
Excuse you. What's he supposed to do? Fake dying?
ああ？ホストのこの俺を捕まえて何言ってんだ。それに結局うまくいったじゃねえか。
Yeah, none of us noticed, but what does acting have to do with being an escort?
ああ？そりゃお前。いいよいいよ、お前はそれで。そのうちわかるだろ。
This is not a conversation for kids, is what he's saying.
あなたは知らなくてもいいことなのですよ。
Is what they're all gonna fucking say. You build up immunity the more you get shot. It's like an allergy. The lead stops affecting you. At some point, he's so full of bullets that the new bullets just bounce off the old ones.
そうだね。っていうか、君がそんなこと分かっちゃってるのもなんか調子狂うし。
Huh? What the heck are you guys talking about? How does a high school girl not understand how a host works? They all coughed or looked away awkwardly.
しかし、まさかハートのキングが外れだとは思わなかったけどな。
He groaned a little and rubbed at his chest. Did you actually get shot?
っていうか、確かに撃たれてたよね。
ああ、撃たれた。けどよ、こいつのおかげで助かったのさ。
He reached under his shirt and pulled out what looked like a metal serving platter with a massive dent in the middle.
いつの間に？
なめんなよ。ま、あの銃弾が本物だって聞いて、念のために入れといてよかったぜ。
He does keep getting hurt, doesn't he? He's so adult. He's so adult for her that he keeps taking damage because of her.
ああ、
But didn't it still hurt?
それなりの衝撃はあったが、怪我はしちゃいねえよ。心配すんな。
He lucked out on it not being shit metal. Imagine if the bullet had pierced through it, right? Why is he a monk when he's actually our party's tank? He probably does have the highest DPS. That's good. You don't think a serving platter would stop a freaking bullet? No, I agree. Stats agrees too, because Stats is like, he lucked out on it not being shit metal. Imagine if it had been like the flimsy aluminum kind of serving platter. It would go right fucking through the platter. Divine protection. That's why he's a monk. He has divine protection. The game is acknowledging that he keeps getting hurt too. Mitarashi was quickly turning into the park's punching bag. Although, I guess the one yesterday was my fault.
しかし腹を殴れと言ったのにどうして顔を殴った？おかげでなんだか顎の形が変わっているような気が。
それを言うならあんただって倒すだけで問題ねえのに腹を殴ったじゃねえか。
いや、顔を殴られてついカッとなってな。
お互い様だっての。
For a moment, it looked like they might be about to fight again, but suddenly both men broke into smiles, and the rest of us followed suit. Gosh, it sure feels nice to smile again. Guys, we cannot go for the cop or the host. They're clearly their own couple already. A stupid YouTuber killed her husband filming a video. She put a book in front of where the bullet. That only fucking works in movies. Yaoi in Wonderland. We're hitting Yaoi in Wonderland. Look, it's all guys and then just us. So it's gotta be that boys love. You gotta get that BL in Wonderland. I let out a long sigh of relief, but that relief was short-lived.
ああ、なんだと
？His face had gone red with rage. Can you tell that pig's face is red? Because I can't.
ズルだと。ゲームのルールによれば内部での連絡は禁止されていなかったはずだが。
I'm sorry. That's a pretty nice sprite. Hogstein's panic sprite is nice. I like it.
それに仮にズルだとしても、お前はそれをその場で指摘できなかっただろ。お前が謎を出し、俺たちがその謎を解く。これは定められたルールの範囲内で互いの知力を尽くすゲームだったはずだ。
I've heard that before. He was quoting the Count's own statements back at him. What? You can't do that! You said... That's it! I've had enough! What is this guy's deal? If he's just going to break them whenever he feels like it, what's the point of having rules in the first place? That game was hard and scary. You can't just decide we didn't beat it just because he's mad. Rage. We're gonna fucking rage. We followed your rules, but you're just going to ignore them? That's not cool. Mad as in angry, not mad as in jail. Yeah, can we punch him? No, I don't think we can punch him. He's not actually here. He's on the video screen. Yeah, that's the sound of the video screen. With one final incoherent grunt of rage, the screen shut off. Moments later, we heard a noise from the table. Gotta have that sweet, sweet objection. You know, I don't think we've restrained ourselves once so far. Every time we've had the chance to rage, we have raged. Did you guys hear that?
あ、大皿のクロッシュが開いてる。ほら、あのテーブルの真ん中にあるやつ。
どれ？皿の上に何か置かれてるな。
Punched the TV.
宝箱ですね。これはおそらく昨日と同じく。
We'll get so mad we'll punch the TV. Now you can't unsee Vash. It's okay, now I can't unsee unsee Hughes.
おい、危険だから触るな。念のため、俺が確かめる。
He approached the table as the rest of us backed away and gingerly picked up the treasure chest.
ゲームステージ2を完全クリア。報酬アイテムを入手しました。
We did it!
ようやくか。今日もヒヤヒヤさせられたぜ。
おい、その宝箱の中には何が入ってんだ？
昨日と同じだな。何かのメモのようだが。
What does 07 mean? Do you think it has something to do with sun?
このメモに一体どんな意味が？
He frowned and began tapping his finger on his forehead. Oh, but you know what? I'm thinking about Hughes now, Full Metal Alchemist Hughes, and I have now been reminded that his voice actor in the original one died. And that's a little saddening. Sorry, chat. I did not mean to bring sad news.
皆さん、お疲れになったでしょう。ひとまず少し休みませんか？
Yeah, good idea. Why don't we just sit down at the table?
本当にお茶があれば最高なんだけどね。
Hughes is your favorite? Hughes was my favorite too. He died of cancer, unfortunately. Just recently, like this month, recently. It's definitely saddening.
But あったとしても飲む気はしない。
確かに言えてる。
一刻も早く外に出たいが、確かに疲れたな。
You're not crying, it's just raining. It's some very, very warm rain. Like, he did a lot of things. He was also in Initial D. He did, like, he voiced a crazy guy in Initial D. Shuji, I think his name was. Not Shuji, Shoji? Shingo. The guy who ran everyone off the road. He was in Hunter x Hunter. He was Axel in Kingdom Hearts. He was apparently the official voice actor for Robert Downey Jr. in Japan. You remember when you were reading Full Metal Alchemist and Hughes passed and you were wrecked for a week. The trauma level. The trauma of Hughes is like associated like right after the Chimera thing too. Like that entire thing was just a double whammy. We are talking about the trauma of watching Maze Hughes die at least thrice, because his voice actor, I was Shirabe, the journalist, looks like Hughes, and I was thinking about it, and his voice actor died of cancer this month. So now we're talking about Maze Hughes, the excellent family man. May he forever rest in peace, along with the voice actor. His voice actor is not in this game. Let's make that clear now. Eventually, we all sat down around the table, except for Shirabe, who insisted on investigating the entire garden. After a few minutes of rest, we headed out. Just as before, once we got outside, the sun had already set. 7 o'clock. We cut it pretty close again, huh? We waited for the count for a while, but he never appeared.
やっこさん、今日はもう出番なしか？
怒って拗ねてるんじゃない？
Wakusa shrugged. You're heading out? Have a good one, Dats. Thanks for stopping by. And sorry for the sad memories.
ホテルが接岸するのは確か22時だったな。ひとまず昨日と同様レストランにでも向かうか。
腹ペコペコだぜ。
賛成。僕もうお腹空きすぎで死にそうだよ。
皆さん賛成のようですね。
よし、ひとまずレストランに向かい腹ごしらえと打ち合わせをしよう。
With that, we were off. We hadn't gone that far before Shirabe headed off in a different direction. Where are you going?
俺は例によってそこらを調べてくるとするよ。また後で合流するから。
Oh, okay. See you later then. As I watched him walk off, I felt strange. Huh. Why do I feel uneasy? Is something wrong? I spent the rest of the walk trying to figure out what I'd felt, but before I knew it, we'd arrived. That middle restaurant. Un restaurant que delicious. Or delicioso? I can't read the last word entirely. But Coeur is heart, right? Yeah, it's French for heart. They have a fucking French place in their food court.
しっかし毎日あんな手の込んだ仕掛けよく作りやがったよな。
アトラクションの運営は黒子がしてるよね。
あ、ってことはさ、動かしてる黒子を捕まえて白状させれば。
もしや彼らが喋らないのはそのせいなのでしょうか。
Oh. He wants to make sure none of them let anything slip.
くっそ、あの豚どこまでも姑息なやつだぜ。
Well, I mean, we don't actually know for sure. Everyone was busy shoveling food into their mouths when they weren't talking. I'd chosen fried pork and rice.
ちっこいくせに結構がっつりなんだな。
Look, if you get pork, you gotta eat the pork. Delicious Heart Restaurant? It seems like the Delicious Heart Restaurant, doesn't it? But the word for delicious in French is not delicious. Okay, you know what? No, it is spelled very similar to delicious. Never mind. Oh. Yeah, I just felt like something heavy today, you know?
がっつりな気分とは？
がっつり食べたいってことだよ。
ああ、なるほど。ってなんで目押しこうた？お前が答えるんだ。
いや、なんとなく。
おいしい？脂っこくない？
Yeah, it's pretty good. Nice and crispy. Just the way I really like it. I like it nice and crispy.
そうなんだ。僕アイドルだからカロリーにはちょっと気を使っててさ。油物って太るよね。
Oh. Right. For some reason, everyone seemed to be fascinated by my dinner. kind of embarrassing to have all these guys looking at me. I shrugged it off and gone back to eating when my cell phone suddenly began to ring.
おい、外部との連絡はルール違反だぞ。
He frowned as I pulled the phone out. Sorry, I didn't... Wait, it's a text. I looked at the sender and my eyes widened. It's from my uncle.
おお、人質になってるっていうお前の。
Reverse harem. They're all staring at us, so yeah, we are straight up reverse hareming right now. Yeah.
二人とも静かにしろ。どこであいつが聞き耳を立てているかわからないからな。
人質ってことは内部からの連絡なんだし、別に文句はねえだろうが。
とはいえだ。人質との連絡をあいつがみすみす見逃すとは思えない。
You're right. I read the text in silence and then sent back a quick reply. It was only a few seconds before I got an answer. After several more messages, I was able to piece together what had happened to him and the hostages. They were under guard, but when some of the piglets had left their posts, why he didn't know, he'd been able to contact me. They were all safe, for now. I looked up at the others and nodded. They all seemed to understand. After checking to make sure we weren't being watched, I handed my cell phone over so they could see what I'd learned.
おい、このことは内密にな。
なんかの時に役に立つかもしんねえしな。
Right. Did everyone hear that?
了解。
承知しました。
わかったよ。それより調べさん、なんだか遅くない？
そういやそうだな。
I'll go see if I can find him. As I stood up to leave, I felt the same uneasiness from before.
おい、一人で大丈夫か？
I'll be fine. I'm just gonna take a quick look around. I gave everyone a quick reassuring grin and headed out of the restaurant. But what's up with this weird feeling I keep having? Do we get to control where we go? Alright, time to start looking. I decided to start with the racing square. Whoops! Then, just as I rounded the corner of a building, I saw him. Shira! I opened my mouth to call out, then stopped. It looked as if he was talking to someone. Who could you be talking to? I ducked back behind the wall and peeked out. He seemed to be using the statue with the screen in it that Hogstein always appeared on. It's on? Does that mean you can use it to talk to other people? I mean, he couldn't be talking to Count Hogstein, right? I felt my stomach flip-flop, just as the glow from the screen disappeared. I ducked back behind the wall on reflex. I wasn't sure why, but I didn't want him to know I'd been watching. Shirabe! There you are!
お嬢ちゃん、どうした？
I'd expected him to be a little startled, but he seemed as unshakable as ever. Are we gonna call him out on it? Or are we gonna say, no. Everyone's innocent, nothing's happening. You were late, so I just came to find you. No bullshit going on here. Hordian says to call him out. 遅かったお兄さん. The fuck you doing? We're not gonna kick his face, Hordian. Fake ignorance, says Kizuna. Throw him on the ground and arm lock him. I don't think we get to do that. Maybe if we were the host, we could do that. We are a tiny bomb-headed high school girl, unfortunately. You were late, so I went to look for you. For now, I decided it was better to keep my thoughts to myself.
そいつは悪かったな。ちょうど今レストランに向かってたところだ。
Ah, we can kick him where the sun don't shine. If we get that option to later. I will keep in mind that chat very much wants to kick him where the sun don't shine. I didn't want to mention what I'd seen directly, but did you find anything?
いや、昨日と同じだな。大した収穫はなしだよ。
He grinned, the snack in his mouth twitching up as he did so. He's not going to tell me anything. I didn't want to be suspicious, but he was acting awfully strange. Would it be a good idea for me to tell the others? Or should I keep what I'd seen to myself? Shirabe just continued to chew his snack, apparently oblivious. Who was he talking to? The hotel eventually arrived, and we all boarded it, just like before. Ultimately, I decided not to tell anyone about what I'd seen and kept my worries to myself. Shirabe didn't seem to be acting any differently.
一日お疲れ様でした。
ああ、みんな疲れただろうからな。ゆっくり休んでくれ。
おい、お前大丈夫かよ。さっきからだんまりで。まさかさっきのカツ丼に当たったのか。
He thinks we're gonna blow. It's gas. No, that's not it. It's just
ただ
nothing. I was just thinking. That's all.
まあまあ皆さん、彼女は唯一の女性なんです。愛しい人のことを考える時間も必要でしょう。
We don't really have one of those. What? No! No!
そんなに慌てて。可愛らしい方ですね。
Don't make fun of me! I turned and stalked off, my cheeks hot. I could hear them laughing behind me. What a bunch of jerks. I sighed and headed for my room. There wasn't much point in talking about Shirabe until I knew more. I collapsed onto my bed as soon as I got to my room. Today really tired me out. But after seeing Shirabe doing whatever he was doing, I just feel drained. I rolled over and let out a long sigh before I heard the sound of voices from outside my room. Who is that? It can't be the piglets, right? I slowly opened the door and peered around it. At the end of the hallway, I could see Mitarashi, apparently talking to himself. Is he on his cell phone? He knows we're not supposed to be talking to He knows we're not supposed to talk to people outside. I sighed. I knew he wasn't exactly a rules guy, but I hadn't thought he'd go that far. He was going to get us all in trouble. Real trouble. Or maybe he's talking to one of the other players. No, that can't be right. Why would he need the phone then? So who is he talking to? And why? Maybe I was just feeling suspicious after catching Shirabe, but I decided to head out of my room and see what Mitarashi had to say for himself. Hey.
どうした。 もうとっくに寝ちまったかと思ったぜ。
Are we calling him out? Or are we being cagey about it? How are you feeling? Were you on the phone? Call him out. Throw down. I guess we're kicking Mitarashi where the sun don't shine. Were you on the phone just now? There was no point in not just getting to the point.
いや、ただの独り言だ。
You were talking pretty clearly for a guy having a conversation with himself.
気のせいだろ。いろいろありすぎてよ。状況を整理してたっつうか、お前だってそんな時あるだろ。
Yeah, I guess so. He was obviously nervous. Something was up. We said goodbye, and I headed back to my room. Shoot. First Shirabe, now Mitarashi. I sat down on my bed, unsure of what to do next. Wait, of course! I should talk to Uncle Keiji about it. I knew he was in a much worse situation than I was, and I didn't want to worry him. But I had to talk to someone. I typed out a quick test. Orb. Hopefully he can read that without the piglet seeing it. I told him about my suspicions regarding Mitarashi and Shirabe, and then sent it off. That didn't really solve anything, but at least I feel better now. I closed my cell phone with a sigh. 11 o'clock. I'm tired, but I still don't feel sleepy. I was probably just still feeling kind of worked up. I decided to go outside and get some air. Alright, let's go. With deep breath, I picked myself up and headed out of the room. Hangout times again. Cop. Hughes. Orb. Idol. Gamer. And punch 'em up. I'm pretty sure I know which one chat wants, but Kituna just says boyfriend. What did you miss? Calling him out did nothing. And now we're going to hang out with, apparently, boyfriend. That's so fucking loud. Miyoshi?
どうかしたの?
No, not really. What are you doing up so late?
眠れない。
Huh?
僕、夜型なんだ。いつもはこの時間から活動しだすから、目が冴えて困ってる。
Oh. Guess you couldn't catch any shut-eye last night either, huh?
明け方、ようやく少し眠ったかな。
You need more than a little.
明日に備えて休みたいんだけどね。
Well, have you tried counting sheep?
ダメだった。
It always comes back to sheep on this channel. Well then, to heck with it. Sleep us for the week. Huh? He really liked that for some reason. He's never laughed before.
それじゃあ解決に全くなってないよ。君って面白いね。
He started laughing again, and I felt rather pleased with myself.
はあ、目いっぱい笑ったらなんだか眠くなってきた。ありがとう。
Happy to help.
それじゃあおやすみ。
Have I ever played Katawa Shoujo? I have not. I'm a little iffy on playing it. For many reasons, including the whole disability being the main thing. And also just erotic elements. Like, I don't intentionally play games with erotic elements. They just happen to show up. But if I know there's erotic elements beforehand, I'm not really looking for those. Why is his left eye covered? Is he hiding some kind of Sharingan? He's clearly a ninja. He's already been called a ninja. Hello, yo. Guinea casually glances at my Steam recommends. I've already ignored that one, Guinea. I've already ignored that one. I have not had it pop up since. Thank you very much. Also, on Steam, I've been playing a bunch of other things lately, including the Pathfinder game and some puzzle games. So Steam is less inclined to show me hentai now. The erotic elements were really unnecessary on Katawa Shoujo, but getting to know the characters was really touching me. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Like, the point of a visual novel game is for the story to touch you somehow, or like for you to enjoy the story. It describes so many VNs outside of pigeon dating. Like Miss Zoo, perhaps? He yawned and headed back to his room with a wave. Well, I'm not sure what exactly I did, but it seems like it worked. I smiled. By the time I got back to my room, I was so tired I could barely stand. I took a quick shower and collapsed into bed. A quick check of my phone showed that my uncle hadn't responded yet. Guess I'll just have to wait. He's in a pretty bad spot. I shouldn't be impatient. I let my eyes drift shut and almost immediately fell into a deep sleep. Miss Zoo was a happy ending. Miss Zoo was not happy. She got her happy ending, which itself isn't a bad euphemism. The sound of me and my sister chattering and laughing filled the car as we drove toward the amusement park.
お兄ちゃん、遊園地に着いたら何に乗る？やっぱジェットコースター。初めはメリーゴーランドにしようよ。
子供たちも楽しそうだし、仕事を休んだ甲斐があったな。
あなた。でも仕事をお休みして本当に良かったの？
まあたまにはいいだろう。それにいつもお前には子供を任せっきりですまないと思ってる。
あら、どうしたの？急に。
こんな時くらい本音を言っておかないとな。
What a loving family.
ねえパパ、まだつかないの？
もう少し待ってなさい。じきに遊園地が見えてくるよ。
Am I watching any anime? No, I haven't really watched any anime for a long time now. Again, my weeb card has been revoked for some time. Anyway, we hit stage 3. It's only been 2.5 hours though. Whoops. So let me go ahead and save first. Let's get a new save file in there. We woke up, shot out of bed, startled awake by a bad dream. Okay. This last chapter was actually considerably shorter than the first one. We went like a full 4.5 hours on the first stage. The second one took like only 2.5 hours based off my stream time so far. So let's continue. Let's push through with stage 3. Let's see how long that takes us. Gosh, that was horrible. Everybody betrayed everyone else. The dream was probably just my brain trying to deal with what I'd seen Shirabe and Mitarashi doing the night before. I checked the clock. It was still early. No reply yet. Shoot. I was disappointed, but there wasn't much I could do. My uncle was in a far worse position than I was. He couldn't be expected to respond to texts quickly. I guess that means I'll just have to handle things on my own then. With that decided, I hopped out of bed and began to get ready. But before long, I heard a knock at the door. I peered through the peephole to see a piglet standing outside, so I opened the door to let him in. He flailed about in something that seemed to translate to good morning, and then pulled in a room service cart. Whatever was on it smelled incredible, and my stomach rumbled in response. So, what's for breakfast? Still not talking, but it looks like he's trying to tell me something. My best guess was that my breakfast was going to be some kind of jello-like product. I wasn't particularly excited for it, but the piglet pulled the lid off with the tray with a flourish and my eyes widened. Are we actually going to get to find out what breakfast is this time? I've been completely wrong. Instead of boring jello, it was a delicious-looking spread of Japanese-style cooked fish. A meal fit for an emperor. I hate Japanese-style breakfasts. It was sadly not egg. I am disappointed. Whoa, this looks great. I love Japanese food for breakfast. He replied with a thumbs up. They don't seem to mean any harm, but it's hard to tell what they're really thinking if they don't talk. I was still pondering that while the piglet bowed and left the room. Oh, of course. He just left when I finally realized it. That wriggling. He wasn't saying it was jello, he was saying it was fish. I grinned and went back to eating. At last, I was starting to feel like I could understand the piglets. I'm sad we didn't get ovaries for breakfast. In a manner of speaking, eggs are not ovaries. Eggs are made in ovaries. I'm sad we did not get stomach for breakfast. The hogless reminds you of the Badland Gang members from Trigun. I can see that. I took my time with my breakfast, and when I finally finished, it was nearly time to meet up with the others. I changed and headed down to the lobby.
Ohayo.
Good morning to you too, Shiro. Everyone was waiting in the lobby just like the day before. Everyone, that is. Except Shirabe and Mitarashi aren't here yet. They were both on time yesterday. I felt my suspicions growing stronger. I wish this weird feeling would just go away.
どうしたお嬢ちゃん難しい顔して
お、なんだよ。そんなに驚かなくてもいいじゃないか。
That's not what he said in Japanese. The English is so much better. In Japanese, he just said, you don't have to be so surprised. But in English, oh god, that line is great. I don't bite. Well, not for free. Someone get the police officer. Where's the police officer? We need an adult. I spun around to see Shirabe and Mitarashi. Sorry, I was just kind of spacing out, I guess.
考え事ね。
Yes.
まあいい。お嬢ちゃんにもいろいろあるんだろ
He gave me a nod, and they continued toward the sofa where everyone else was already gathered. I found myself gazing out the window at the river beyond. They were talking about our plans for today, but I didn't feel like joining in. I kept replaying what I'd seen Mitarashi and Shirabe doing over and over in my head. What did it mean?
どうかしたのですか？
Oh, Urabe.
すみません。考え事のお邪魔でしたか？だいぶ。
Oh, oops. No, I'm fine. Then I paused. Should I tell him about what I'd seen? Would that make me feel better? No, probably not. Yeah, nothing wrong here.
そうですか。お疲れのようでしたら、あまり無理をなさらないでくださいね。
He gave me a friendly smile, then returned to the others. Just as it had the day before, the boat docked at the plaza in front of the castle.
さてと、今日はやっこさん、どんなゲームを仕掛けてくるのかね。
どうせとんでもないやつに決まってるよ。
We talked for a bit, discussing what might happen that day, but before long, we were interrupted by a voice we'd all come to dread. He sure seems happy today. It made me uncomfortable.
なんだ？あいつ、やけに機嫌がいいじゃねえか。
何か裏があるんだろうね。
Apparently, I wasn't the only one who was suspicious.
Big surprise. なんだそれは。
I swallowed. Oh, okay, we're just gonna go straight into that. I see. I felt my stomach twist in my gut. My eyes flicked to Shirabe and Mitarashi before I could stop them. No, he can't be telling the truth. This has to be some kind of trick. But why would he go out of his way to say one of us is a traitor? I felt the atmosphere grow suddenly tense. Then Shirabe spoke.
耳を貸すんじゃないぞ。どうせ夕べの仕返しに俺たちのチームワークを引っかき回したいだけに違いないからな。
ああ、そうだな。俺も同感だ。
If I hadn't seen Shirabe with the statue the day before, I probably would have agreed too. But as things were, this just makes him more suspicious. Then again, Mitarashi was on the phone too. Maybe he was talking to Hogstein. The pig's words about a traitor in our midst kept echoing around in my head.
何？ 思い詰めた顔しちゃって。
Huh? Oh, sorry. Did I really look that out of it?
してた。あいつのあんな言葉、信じるだけバカを見ると思うよ。
The
あんま
traitor
り気にしない方がいいんじゃない？
basically did get backstabbed. Because if he's working with the pig just revealed his existence. Do I plan to get all the endings? We'll see. We're definitely getting at least one ending. And then we'll see how things go. You're right. I know, it's just...
気持ちはわからないでもないけどね。でも、あんなことをわざわざ言うなんて、僕たちを動揺させたいだけだろうからさ。
Yeah, I know. I gave him the best smile I could manage and tried to act like everything was alright. It wasn't, though. Wakasa hadn't seen what I had. How could he know?
そういうことですから、仲間だと言っても心を許さない方がいいですよ。そうそう、今後ゲーム中は携帯電話の連絡は禁止です。
Oh shit.
がつまらなくなっちゃいますからね。
He ruled out cell phones. He made a rule about cell phones.
さあ、そろそろアトラクションに移動してください。今日も楽しいゲームだ。お待ちかねです。
There are 14 different endings according to internet. Yeah, you can get So there are 6 characters that we know of in our immediate party. There's a 7th secret character, and you can get a good ending and a bad ending for them. That's kind of how these kinds of games go. No cell phones, you say. Pulls out walkie-talkie. Yeah, just give us walkie-talkies. We're good. We're all good. We walk toward the next game in silence. I guess they're all nervous too.
さあ、気持ちを入れ替えていきましょう。それで、今日のアトラクションは一体どんなゲームが元になっているのですか？
He clapped his hands together as he spoke and looked around smiling.
確か血まみれホスピタルだったか？
Oh no!
血まみれホスピタル。日本の片田舎にある廃病院を舞台にした。
This is the horror game one! This is the horror game one! It sounded like Miyoshi knew quite a bit.
懐中電灯を片手に廃病院内を探索して徘徊するゾンビに見つからないように脱出するのが目的。通常のライフとは別に恐怖ゲージっていうのがあって、それがマックスになるとゲームオーバーになるのが特徴なんだ。
Silent Hill? No, in Silent Hill you can still shoot things. Haunting Ground, possibly. I mean, you're just running away from everything at all times, right? It's basically a Clock Tower-esque game.
ホラーゲーム？
そいつは面白そうじゃないか。無事級アイランドの戦慄ラビリンスが確かそんなやつだったな。
それロケで行ったことある。
マジで？あれすげえ面白いよな。
Dude, stop hiding it.
お前詳しいな。
別に俺が言ったわけじゃねえよ。ただほら、ああいうの女が好きだろ。だから職業柄だな。
I'm basically a horror game streamer now, aren't I? Jeez.
ああ、どうしよう。僕、怖いのは本当にダメなんだけど。
You and me both, Idle Kid. You and me both. Well, at least it looked like we know a little about the attraction going in. I'm worried about the trailer, though. I couldn't focus on the game we'd be playing. What if one of us was working for the pig? I sighed and looked around. Oh! That was a cute little kid.
どうかしたのか
I thought I saw someone move in the shadows over there.
どこだ誰もいないが
Huh.
大方黒子ってところじゃねえか。
もしくは何か見間違いかもしれんな。侵入者がいればワルドブーが黙っているはずがなかろうよ。
When I originally said we were all gonna have a date at an amusement park, you pictured something more wholesome. It's true. I never said this was going to be a cute date. Oh no, no, it's a family guy old man. Not the creepy old man. Who the hell has that as an emote? Oh, it's BTTV. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It looked too small to be a piglet. Perhaps I was just seeing things. That certainly looks like an ill bleed stage. Like, one moment. That's straight up an ill bleed stage. I'm so disappointed now that this game does not let us actually play through the stages. Like, I realized that would be way too much to program. But it would have been so much fun. The twist is this is a surprise birthday gift for Ass-chan. Is Killer Man gonna show up? Killer Man did not show up in a hospital stage, though. Giant syringe. The whole world is growing some amethyst here. Sexy doll. That's something for consideration. No, I think there was no hospital stage in Illbleed, was there? I gotta mix things up. That sounds like I need to stop doing horror. The Bloodstained Hospital was a strange building with a giant needle stuck into it. That sure looks pretty spooky. Oh. Mood. Mood, my dude. Big mood. I could see the blood drain out of Wakasa's face. I guess he wasn't kidding about not being good with scary stuff. I felt a little sorry for him, but we didn't exactly have a choice.
これから皆さんには今日の一番にホスピタル足を踏み入れその秘密を暴いて脱出してもらいます。どうです？簡単でしょ？ではでは、いってらっしゃい。
His forced cheerfulness contrasted especially strangely with the creepy appearance of the hospital. What game is this based off of? I mean, it could be any number of things. Silent Hill does have a number of stages that take place in a hospital. The gameplay seems very Siren-esque, where you're just avoiding the zombies. And basically all the quote-unquote games that we've had has just been really a twist more than anything else. The first one, Samurai Fantasy VII, was an RPG. Second one, the racing kart was a kart racing game. I mean, we went for Mario Kart as the obvious inspiration, but I mean, there's Crash Team Racing. There's all sorts of kart games now. And hospitals are spooky. You will be disappointed if smoked ham is not part of the ending. Smoked ham sounds good right about now. Can we blow up the pig and get some smoked ham? The pig must be a dog in disguise. I don't think they're going to go for a joke ending, unfortunately. In fact, it made it even scarier.
ひとまず中に入るしかないようですね。
ああ。では、行くぞ。
No sooner had we approached the entrance than we encountered our first obstacle. There were 3 huge doors instead of a single one. So, can we just enter whichever one we want?
待て。扉の上に何か文字が彫られている。
ああれは英語か？いや違うな。
どうやらラテン語のようだな。この扉を通る者は一切の希望を捨てよう。
Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. You know Italian? I stared at him incredulously.
地獄門。ダンテの新曲か。
He smiled knowingly and tapped his forehead. That was when I realized what was really behind the grim feelings I'd been experiencing. It would suck if a traitor destroyed the team we've built, even if we have only known each other for 2 days. But if we lost even one person, we'd be in real trouble. Each attraction so far has needed every single one of us in some way.
おい、大丈夫か？
Yeah, sorry, I just kind of spaced out for a minute. So, what should we do?
ああ。全員で固まって進んだ場合、その扉が間違いだった時の時間のロスが怖い。3組に分かれて進むのがいいだろ
う。確かにそれが一番かもな。で、例によって組み分けだけど、どうするよ。
俺は誰とでも構わんよ。
ああ、俺もだ。
僕だって誰とでも構わないよ。別にこんなの作り物でしょ。怖くないし。
私も誰とでも構いません。
Mitarashi's face broke into a wide grin, and I could almost see the gears spinning up in his head. Multiple gears. This guy does not seem like he has more than one gear in his head. Wait, what's he planning? This seems suspicious.
おい、目押し。俺と一緒に行こうぜ。
Oh, Jesus. No, don't take our boyfriend away. The classic horror genre, let's split up. I don't think they're actually taking the whole Dante's Inferno thing that seriously, though. I think they just picked it because it sounded cool. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Don't take our boyfriend!
僕と？
いいだろう。どうせ誰かと組まなきゃなんねんだしよ。
Miyoshi didn't seem particularly thrilled.
別に構わないが、お前はまたどうして彼と一緒に行きたいんだ？
別に何でもねえよ。
怪しいな。何か隠していないか？
んだよ。つべこべ言わずにとっとと組み分けしろっての。
I could see another, possibly real fight brewing when Miyoshi finally spoke.
絶対に嫌だ。昨日みたいに質問攻めにされたくない。
Wait, what?
バカ言うなよ。
どういうことだ？
Suddenly, all eyes were on Mitarashi. He chewed at his cheek for several long seconds before finally conceding. I guess we just found out who he was talking to last night.
こいつにいろいろ聞いてたんだよ。
Like, what?
そりゃ決まってんだろ。こいつめちゃめちゃゲームに詳しいし、なんつうか興味が湧いたんだよ。アトラクションの元になってるゲームのことがよ。
どういうゲーム機で遊べるのか、値段はいくらぐらいなのか、そしてそれぞれの細かいセールスポイントまで聞かれた。
買い物は下調べしてからって言うじゃないか。
僕はネットの検索エンジンじゃない。
He used Meoshi as Google.
しかもあまりにもしつこいからうんざりして部屋に避難した。その後電話までかけてこられた。
This is exactly who we was talking to yesterday.
うんざりってお前な。
なるほど。ひとまず理解した。
Then that means Mitarashi was talking to Meoshi on the phone last night. I let out a silent sigh of relief. This meant that Mitarashi wasn't a traitor. Looks like Assassin has competition. Yeah, we got competition for gamer boyfriend, huh? I have not played Frog Fractions 2. There's a lot of games I haven't played. I spent the past couple of years playing primarily phone games or handheld games. So part of the reason why I'm doing the stream is so that I will play more games. I will play more games and I will actually finish them for once. But I still don't have anything that clears Shirabe. I glanced over at him while everyone was busy teasing Mitarashi, but he looked just like he always did. Totally unconcerned.
まあ、とりあえず話を戻すが、ここはひとまず大人である俺、そして指導、浦部は別れた方がいいだろうな。
確かにその通りだな。
I like how he only counts the adults as the cop, the journalist, and the fortune teller. The host does not count as an adult.
おいおいおい、大人組にどうして俺が入ってないわけ？
Shido simply ignored Mitarashi's protests and rattled off the group assignments.
俺と目押しコータ、調べ歩夢と若狭とは、そして浦部君丸とみたらし流星で3組。そしてお前は
Yes?
お前は俺が守ってやるよ。今までも体張って守ってやってただろ。
いや、みたらし流星は信用ならない。ここは刑事であるこの俺が適任だろう。
ちょっと待ってよ。僕と一緒が一番じゃない？ほら、調べさんも一緒だしさ。それに人数が多い方が怖くなくていいからさ。
He's totally self-serving here. His IQ is not high enough to go on the adult ride. At least his motives were pretty clear. I get the feeling that we're definitely the main kid of the group. Like, I could look up how old Wakasa is right now, but I feel like he's... Oh, okay. Apparently in the Japanese version he's 15. In the English version he's 17. He might be older than us then. I mean, no, he might be younger than us. Yeah, he's younger than us. We're 18 in the English version and 17 in the Japanese version. So he's just younger than us all around. Meanwhile, host man is 24. At least his motives were pretty clear. What should I do? It felt nice to be wanted, but I still had to make a choice.
まあまあ、ここは一つ彼女に選択を委ねましょう。
I silently thanked him. More desperate pleas were not what I needed. But what am I going to do? Are we going to go with cop and boyfriend? Are we going to go with Hughes and Scaredy Cat? Are we going to go with the fortune teller and our meat shield? He's gonna straight up acknowledge being our meat shield, so I'm just gonna call him meat shield now. Like, I'm inclined to go with the Scaredy Cat, because Scaredy Cat also comes with the smart one. But then we might be losing on a chance to get more affection points with boyfriend. What's hotter than having a meat shield? A big old dumbass meat shield. We will keep boyfriend safe. I don't think we really need to be the ones keeping boyfriend safe, because cop is also there with boyfriend. But sure, let's go with boyfriend. Well, Shiro's reliable and Miyoshi seems to know a lot about games. Can I go with you guys?
了解した。
And that was that.
ひとまずそれぞれの健闘を祈る。何かあっても残念ながら携帯での連絡は許可されていない。
まあ自分たちで何とかするしかないってことだな。
何でもどんとかかってこいっての。
We can do it, guys. We nodded to each other as a piglet came trotting out to meet us. What the heck is this guy saying? I was still trying to figure out what we were supposed to do when Miyoshi spoke up.
これつけろって言ってる。
World record, Greenie? We actually finished one chapter, so we're continuing on to the next one. So yeah, world record for a surprisingly fast visual novel chapter. How you doing today? You return with cheese quesadillas. That is an excellent choice, Kisuna. We actually just had a choice of who to go with. You will be pleased to know that we are going with boyfriend. I mean, we also have cop, but there's boyfriend at least. Anyway, we have heart rate wristwatches.
彼らの言葉がわかるのですか？
なんとなくだけど。
Now that he'd said it though, I could see that the piglet was holding several, oops, let me get out of there, watch-like things out toward us. There was a card purchase of $50 on your account, and you would have found out it was half a pound of Gouda. The half pound was $50? That's some expensive fucking Gouda. Like, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be like pushing you on this. Was Gouda the only thing you bought? 'Cause damn. I hope that Gouda's good. It tasted good? That's good then. That is good to hear. You learned your lesson. Yeah, maybe not half pound next time, just a slice. You got confused because the Gouda in front of it was 25 bucks. Oh, that's right. You made a mac and cheese with it. Yeah, the half pound makes sense. Are these? Watches?
横にスイッチがついてるよ。
When I pressed a button, the LCD panel lit up. Do we have a different boyfriend in this game? No. The boyfriend I'm referring to is the gamer still.
これは心拍計か？
We got a Fitbit, guys. We're no longer with the ex-detective, but we are on a team with detective. Yeah, I think you're right. See, there's a little heart icon next to the number.
多分これは恐怖ゲージだ。
Gamer here, Rhythm Gamer Ninja here is boyfriend for this game, right? Am I confusing things now?
なるほどな。さっきお前さんが言ってた理屈からすると、心拍数が一定の数値を超えるとゲームオーバーってわけか。
He scratched at his beard, and the piglet nodded vigorously.
全員がこれをつけるとなると、一人でも数値を超えたらゲームクリア失敗になるのか。
7人中3人がゲームオーバーになるとクリア失敗だって。
I still wasn't sure how he understood them, but the piglet didn't show any signs of objecting, so he must have gotten it right. Wait, no. Why am I thinking about how Miyoshi understands them? There's more important stuff going on.
7人中3人。半分以下の人数でアウトとは思いのほかハードだな。
僕、もうダメかも。
んだよ。入る前からビビりやがって。落ち着けっつうよな。
He got freaked out just by that. Wakaso leapt nearly a foot into the air, and as he landed, a ringing sound came from the device around his wrist.
たく、ビビりすぎだろ。
そっちこそいきなり背中叩かないでよ。
とにかく3人アウトでクリア失敗だ。口で言っても難しいかもしれないが、あまり怖がりすぎないようにしてくれよ。
So, our idol boy is totally going to die. Does Zoku getting scared count as one? I count as one for sure. But yeah, idol boy is totally going to die from being way too fucking scared. Gosh, I hope it doesn't get too bad in there. We split off into our groups, and I headed toward the leftmost door with Shiro and Miyoshi.
懐中電灯があるな。持っていこう。
He plucked the flashlight from the hook to the side of the entrance and pushed the door open. Yeah.
行くぞ。はぐれないように気をつけろ。
With only the flashlight to see by, we headed deeper into the hospital. The whole place smelled dank and moldy, and it was cold enough to make me shiver. Our footsteps sounded loud in the empty hallway, and when a voice suddenly echoed over the intercom, I nearly stumbled.
聞け。不死者の迷宮は聖者の魂を喰らう。忍び寄る死の足音に目を凝らし、耳を澄ますんだ。
不死者の迷宮。魂を喰らう。
忍び寄る死の足音に目を凝らし耳を澄ます。
The one who should have died first cheated death. You don't think any of them will die, really? You mean us? What does all this mean? The flashlight showed us the decayed, peeling walls of the hallway and pieces of something scattered across the floor.
アナウンスの意味は不明だが、ひとまずここには何もなさそうだな。先を急ごう。
Yeah. We began to move forward again. It's okay, we're already all dead inside. I felt something crunch underneath my foot. It's like I'm actually wearing this thing. The alarm on my terror gauge began to go off.
おい、落ち着け。コンクリの破片を踏んだだけだ。
That did not sound like a chunk of concrete. His voice was soft as he laid a reassuring hand on my shoulder. Right. I took slow, deep breaths, and after a few seconds, the alarm slowed and finally stopped. Hey, Ek. Horny meter. We started the horny meter. How you doing, Ek? We hit the horror game ride of the amusement park. I am apparently now a horror game streamer. I'm sorry. I'm okay now. Horny meter. So we found out earlier in the game that mad as a March hare is a phrase in England that refers to how March hares act during mating season. So therefore mad equals horny. And we are all mad here.
アウトにならなかったから気にしないでいいよ。
We're all mad on main here.
そうだな。落ち着いたところで先に進もう。
Kizuna with the hydrate. Thank you. I actually got Shake Shack earlier today. And as part of the season, they have a cherry blossom lemonade going on. So I got that and it's a little weird. Gordian with the double hydrate. Right. The announcement hadn't been metaphorical when we described the hospital as a labyrinth. The hallways turned and twisted everywhere, like a maze. It feels like we could get lost in here really easily.
ああ、目印をつけながら進むことにしよう。
Shido pulled a pen out from a pocket in his suit and carefully drew a mark on the concrete.
こうしておけば、もし迷ってもまだ通ってない道がわかるね。
You're saving points for the more expensive ones, but you can't not follow a train. Hydrate is cheap, so you can do the train. Twitch says on average, a viewer can earn like 220 points per hour. Thank you for the hydrate, Pants. So ostensibly, you can get hydrate just for 30 minutes. Loyo with the train. Like Hansel and Gretel.
ああ、もっともヘンゼルが撒いたパンくずは小鳥に食べられてしまい、印を見失ってしまったがな。
I tried to keep joking as we moved forward, hoping that as long as I didn't think about how scary everything was, I wouldn't set off my terror gauge again. Shido and Miyoshi seemed to share my sentiments, and for a while we managed to almost non-stop banter. We left marks behind us as we moved, and eventually arrived at a staircase leading to the second floor.
あそこに病院内の案内板がある。
どれ？
He brought the flashlight up to illuminate it. Nightmare maze, vivisection lab, records.
まだ先は長そうだな。
急いだ方がいいみたいだね。
We continued talking as we climbed the stairs, and at the top we found another pitch black hallway. The maze is going to make meeting our deadline tough, but do you think there are going to be traps and stuff too?
ないわけはないと思うんだが
Shido shook his head, but before I could respond, Miyoshi spoke up.
聞こえる
Your brain flows to stupid questions sometimes. I'm not going to read that question out loud. It's there on screen. But yeah, don't do it, Hordian. That way lies madness. And you wouldn't want to be horny on main. Oh, fuck, I hear it too. What?
ほら
I just turned the volume to max so you could all suffer with me. Madness levels increasing. Yeah, it is. What is that? From somewhere in the maze, I could hear a slow, awkward shuffling noise. Whatever it was coming closer.
俺が確認してこよ
He shoved the flashlight into my hands as he spoke, then moved up the intersection and peeked around the corner.
うおい明かりを消せ
I scrambled to turn it off, and Shido made his way back toward us. What was it?
化け物だ
At Shido's direction, we hid ourselves behind a nearby pillar as the noise came steadily closer and closer. Calm down. Breathe. I chanted those words to myself over and over, willing my heart to slow down and not trip my terror gauge. After a few tense minutes, I'm sorry. He's got an axe in his head, bloodied scrubs, and a fucking machine gun. Well, at least a semi-automatic. Or fully automatic. I can't tell. I don't know guns. I'm not American. That's a little over the top. I can't be scared of this shit. A shadow carrying a lantern stepped into the intersection. Shido had been right to call it a monster. The creature's skin was peeling off, and its body was warped and twisted by scars and lesions. Moaning, labored breathing accompanied its shuffling footsteps. In one hand, it carried a submachine gun that looked sort of like an Uzi. I swallowed. The noise we heard was its footsteps. I clapped my hand over my mouth, but as I did, the alarm on my bracelet suddenly began to ring. Oh shit! Before I could even react, Miyoshi put his hand over the bracelet, muffling the noise.
落ち着いて
Right. I shut my eyes tight and let out a shallow, wavering breath. Can you imagine if we had been with the idol?
じっとしていれば心配ないから
His voice in my ear was a calm whisper. We kept our bodies as still as stones. At last, the alarm from my bracelet went silent. Oh gosh. Thanks, Miyoshi. Sorry.
気にしなくていいよあんなのが出てきたらびっくりしてもしょうがないよ
しかしさっきのあれは一体なんだ
ゾンビだよ
You wish you had the suck in jail emote right now. One moment, Hordian. There you go. What? Now that I thought about it, Miyoshi had mentioned before that the attraction was based on a game that involved trying to avoid being caught by zombies.
奴が持っていたのは片手でも撃てる機関銃だ。見つかったら蜂の巣にされる危険性がある。
He looked a little nervous. Well, we've still got to make it through here without setting off our terror gauges. Now we've just got to watch out for zombies too.
ああ、慎重に行くしかないな。
So we headed deeper in, taking care to listen for more zombies. The further we went, though, the more the hallways crisscrossed, meaning the zombies could come from any direction. You're welcome, Mordian. Shido and Miyoshi seem fine. Are they even scared at all? Thank you for the sub, hello, yeah. I mean, I just gave the sub to the Punchy because I just thought it'd be funny. But enjoy the trash emote. I forced myself to take long, deep breaths in an attempt to calm my racing heartbeat, but yeah, there is an alert. Wait, the only girl is us. I felt like someone had thrown my chest in a vice. I forced my mouth shut, muffling a scream, and crouched down against a wall. Or at least, I tried to crouch.
ごめん。
Huh? Miyoshi had wrapped his arms around me. For a moment, I was stunned into silence. He got horny on me. He's really close.
これはその
He looked like he really hadn't realized what he was doing either.
そのまたアラームが鳴るかなと思って。
Right. Thank you.
そのわざととかじゃいやわざといやいや違うそうじゃなくて。
I can feel my heart beating pretty fast, but I don't think it's from fear this time. No, it ain't. The words had barely crossed my mind when the alarm began to ring. Now our heart rate meter is not going up from fear, it's going up from the other thing. Anyway, Kizuna, nice. This is your fault this time, Miyoshi. Oh no! I quickly looked down at my wrist, but the sound wasn't coming from my bracelet. Oh shit! Huh? His face! It was Miyoshi's gauge that was going off. He turned away and his face looked strained. I'm gonna turn that down a little. Kizuna is thirsty. This poor gamer. Wait, is he? You...
少し離れて。
I'm sorry, could you speak up a little? It's a little hard to hear with your wrist beeping. Right. Nervously, I walked back a step, away from him. It was pretty scary, but I guess it's nice he was worried about me. Although, why did his alarm go off? Was he... No, what am I thinking? I shook my head to clear it and took several quick, deep breaths.
それにしても今の悲鳴何だったんだろう。
It sounded like a girl. Do you think there's another girl in here?
可能性はゼロではないな。もし一般人だとすれば早く確保した方がいい。
I can't believe he fucking scared himself. Well, raised his own fucking heart rate.
アトラクションで命を落とすか、下手をすれば爆発に巻き込まれる可能性もある。
声がした方に行こ
We headed off in the direction of the scream, making sure to keep our eyes open for zombies. There it is again!
そう遠くない場所だな。
I spotted a dim light coming from around the corner to the left, the same direction the voice had come from. Do you think she's being chased by a zombie?
どうもそのようだな。急ぐぞ。
We rounded the corner and saw a zombie heading down the corridor, away from us. There! Oh, it's that little kid! Further down the hallway was a shadow of someone else running away from the zombie.
お前の相手は俺たちだろ。
Oh no, cop. No, don't do that. No. The zombie's shuffling footsteps stopped, and slowly, it slowly turned to face us.
ゾンビの足は速くない。通路を回り込んで先を進む人影を追うぞ。
He yelled at the zombie again and waved his flashlight. Then we all turned and ran. The moment we rounded the corner, we heard the crackle of gunfire behind us.
やつめ、俺たちを蜂の巣にするつもりのようだな。
As we drew closer to the next corner, I heard Mayoshi's footsteps start to falter. Come on, we have to keep going.
もうダメだ。
He was ruined by hugging us. The alarm on his bracelet began to ring, and fast. He must be really out of breath. Are we gonna use the gamer reference, chat? Or are we gonna encourage him? Like a normal person? We're gonna game over him. If you give up here, it's game over. What's normal? He gave me a wry grin.
そう言われちゃやるしかないね。
Yeah, come on, let's go.
ああ
He nodded, then turned and tossed something out across the intersection we'd just come through. What was that?
ゲームソフトのディスクもうクリアしたし命には変えられないからね。
Wait, I'm sorry. You brought a game disc with you? To the amusement park. Why? With a nod to me, he turned and ran off. A diversion! He also wore a straitjacket. He is, in fact, wearing what looks like a very clear straitjacket. I heard the sound of gunfire move off in the direction he'd thrown the disc. It looked like the diversion had worked. We rounded another corner and were back in the hallway where we'd first seen the zombie. In front of us was a door illuminated by several emergency lights.
あそこが出口か。おそらく人影はあそこに逃げ込んだんだろう。
Let's go! We left through the door. The damp, moldy smell was gone, replaced by the harsh antiseptic smell of a functioning hospital. Horian, thank you for the sub! I was not expecting that. Enjoy the trash emote. This is all an operating room, isn't it? In the center of the room was a surgical table, with various unpleasant-looking tools laid out across it. The general creepiness of the room brought me up short, and I took a tentative step back as two other doors opened and the rest of our party appeared.
やれやれ。全員無事か。
I wasn't expecting. No, I was not expecting. See, I only have the one emote, and I make it fairly easy to get. You can just unlock it with channel points. So, as far as I'm concerned, no one has to sub. I know it's tough for everyone right now, and I really do appreciate that people want to sub to me. All I'm doing is playing video games and being silly. So thank you for the sub. Watch out for voices from our left ear. Isn't it our right ear, Pancat? Thank you for returning the love. Oh, hey, we met up with people.
ひとまずみんな怪我がなさそうでよかったね。
You subbed for 3 months. Thank you for that. Now you're 1 month ahead of me. Yeah, that's true. When you do gift subs on Twitch, they only let you do it for 1 month at a time. Right was the Buddha statue. Yeah, right was the Buddha statue. Left was the horrific surgery, guys. They were both really bad, it's true. You guys. I began to move slowly toward the table in the center. Hiding in the shadows, I could see the form of a small girl curled up in a ball. Are you okay? You don't need to be scared. We're not going to hurt you. Who else do we know who does that? Pocky stick in the mouth. Wears green. Has bandages on face. Slowly and cautiously, a little girl with a huge backpack stepped out into the light.
Mai!
Oh, okay, no, the game's not even gonna hide it. Chat, this little girl is so fucking cute. What? Yeah, he is Maze Hughes. Oh shit, he gonna die. Daddy gonna die. As soon as she spotted Shirabe, the girl ran toward him and leapt up into his arms. We were all totally dumbfounded. That is an excellent face going on right there. Daddy? Everyone let out a sigh of relief.
クリアっつうのはよかったが、おっさんよ、これはどういうことだ?
We just rose in estimation. The face everyone makes when you find out about the kid eventually. It's true, he's still a route we can go on.
ああ、説明してもらいたいな。
Yeah. Shirabe finally set the girl back down and turned to face the rest of us. Look at this father-daughter duo. With their pocky sticks.
調べまい。俺の娘だ。
No, we got that much.
娘さん?
He's old, he can have a daughter if he wants.
意外だな。
He can have kids.
お子さんがいらしたんですね。
ああ。
Okay. But what's she doing here? She still seemed scared and had hidden behind her father's leg to peer out at the rest of us.
マイは俺の亡くなった妻との忘れがたみでな。わけあって今は妻の実家マイからすれば祖母の家に預けている。
Alright, well they outright said his wife was dead.
ってことは今は一緒に暮らしてないんだ。
まあそういうことだ。で、マイ、なんだってお前はこんなところにいるんだ?
Asking the important questions.
あのね。
She looked down at the floor and played with her hands as she spoke.
おばあちゃんと一緒にここに来たらドカーンって爆発があって、そ したらおばあちゃんとはぐれちゃって。
Oh no! Someone get this little girl her grandma! You got lost in the park?
ってあの日からもう3日も経ってるのに飯とかどうしてたんだよ。
Obviously she's been eating Pocky. Do you not see what's in her mouth?
リュックの中にね、お菓子がいっぱい入ってるの。
Look at the size of her backpack. It's bigger than she is. She has more food than... Like, the amount of food in her backpack is bigger than her.
3日間もお菓子を食べながらランドの中をさまよってたってわけか。
Seriously. Shirabe shook his head and sighed.
しかしどうしたものか。
Her Pocky's even bigger than Hugh's. Yeah, Grandma's treating granddaughter real nice. He can only afford the tiny sticks of Pocky. Granddaughter gets giant Pocky. What do you mean?
いや、前はどう考えても外部の人間だろう。ゲームのルールに抵触しないかと思ってたな。
You once bought 4 packs of beer and shoved them into your backpack. It was a very dumb idea. It sounds like a very dumb idea, Horian. Did they all like get shaken up and explode when you opened them?
ああ、それは問題ないだろう。
そうでしょうか。
そうだよ。だって舞ちゃんはさ、最初からランドの中にいたわけだし、そういう意味では外部ってわけじゃないじゃん。
And also, it's not like she can really call for help or anything. She's a little kid.
なるほどな。
You had to take a train and a bus to get home. Oh no, I've experienced that. No, that's no fun. That is painful. Besides, if her being here was against the rules, Hogstein would have done something already, right?
確かにあの野郎覗き豚だからな。常に監視してるってのは昨日の件でよく分かったら。
つまり奴が文句をつけてこないってことは大丈夫だってことか。
まあいずれにせよこのアトラクションをクリアしなければここから出ることもできませんし。
その通りだ。まずはこのゲームのクリアに全力を尽くそう。
We nodded.
さてとだ。まずはこの病院の構造を簡単に説明しよう。
Shido began to explain what he'd learned. Apparently, the rooms went nightmare maze, vivisection lab, records. So we went through the nightmare maze, and now we're in the vivisection lab.
なるほどな。ここは人体実験室ってわけか。くそ。なんか胸くそ悪い部屋だと思ったぜ。
And that table.
やめようよ。どうせアトラクションなんだし、本当にここで人体実験があったわけじゃないって。
そうだ。いつものように落ち着いて周囲を探索しよう。
As we moved off to examine the rest of the room, Mai edged up to me.
ねえ、人体実験って何？
Maybe we don't explain that to the little kid. Uh,
ああ、人の体を調べるってことだぜ。
or I guess we are explaining that to the little kid. I guess that's one way of putting it.
だろ?
He grinned at me. Don't look at me for backup. She's growing up fast. It's what happens when mommy doesn't want any more children. You can't say that to her, Guinea. Her mommy's dead. is he so confident all the time? I was trying to figure out how maybe I could siphon off some of that confidence when Wakasa suddenly spoke up.
なんか奥のドアにごつい錠前みたいのがついてるけど。
Well, we probably have to unlock it then, right?
おそらくそうだろう。この錠前のせいでドアノブが回らないようになっている。
No vivisection needed then. Kenny! Also, I know you know your words, so I'm fairly certain you are not confusing it with vasectomy. I'm fairly certain you know what vivisection means.
But しかしこの錠前、鍵穴がないようだな。
It's a hell of a side job, Kenny.
案外力ずくで開くんじゃねえの？
He strolled over and reached for the doorknob.
これは報いだ。数々の実験を行ってきた私自身が実験の対象となる時が来たのだ。
Are we gonna have to cut someone open?
逃げなくては意志を持たぬ不死の化け物となる前に、ここを後に訪れる者のためにメッセージを残す。地を這い、天を仰げ。
Mitarashi froze with his hand on the doorknob and looked around as the announcement finished.
最初のアナウンスもそうだったけどさ、なんか誰かが話しかけてきてるみたいで気持ち悪いね。
地を這い、天を仰げ？さっぱり意味がわからんな。
しかし、その言葉がヒントとなっているのは確かだろう。一体どういう意味が隠されているのか。
もっと調べればわかるだろう。ほらほら、野郎ども、とっとと調べるぜ。
We all sighed quietly at his ridiculous enthusiasm, but started looking over the room anyway.
人体実験室っていうだけあって物騒なものがいっぱいあるね。
Have you checked that cabinet?
開けてみよ
Miyoshi and I began to go through the cabinet.
う。なんだろう。これは薬品の瓶かな。
おい、ちょっと待て。危険な薬品があったらまずい。俺が判別しよう。
Miyoshi stepped out of the way, and Shirabe began to take the bottles out of the cabinet and set them on a wheeled cart.
どれどれ。こいつは食塩水。確かに何の匂いもない。
Wait, are you just opening bottles and sniffing them? Cause what if you opened the chloroform one? For each bottle, he first squinted at the label, then popped it open to smell the contents. He is... Perhaps in an attempt to mimic her father, Mai grabbed hold of one of the jars and studied it with exaggerated care. Oh no!
どれどれ？
Oh no! Imagine one was a stool sample. That would be terrible. No! Before I could stop her, she twisted the cap off and taken a big sniff. Whatever was inside didn't seem to be pleasant, and she started coughing. We have to be a good influence on her because we're going to mom her. Oh no, she dropped it! The jar forgotten in the face of its overwhelming odor. Mai's hand let go and it dropped to the floor and shattered. This is why the girl is living with grandma. What is this? Almost immediately, the smell of the jar filled the whole room, and everyone began to cough.
これは
何これ。
おい、鼻と口を布で塞げ。
We all retreated to a corner of the room, covering our mouths with sleeves and handkerchiefs.
大丈夫か？目とか喉とか痛くねえか？
大丈夫。
すまない。
子供ってのは何すっかわかんねえから子供なんだよ。気にすんな。ほら、こっち来い。
The backpack is full of hockey. The backpack is totally full of hockey. She's been living on what the snacks in the backpack are for the past 3 days. Mitsuhashi wants to mom her. He can mom her. He draped his coat over Mai to protect her from whatever had been in the jar. I guess he's actually pretty nice, huh? It wasn't long before the smell died down, but just as I was about to relax, Shirabe rounded on Mai and started to yell at her.
マイ、お前自分が何をやったのか分かってるのか？
Shirabe was furious, angrier than I'd ever seen, and as Mai backed away from him, she began to cry. His alarm started to sound.
おいおい、気持ちはわかるけどよ、そんな頭ごなしに。
部外者は黙ってろ。
He's so mad. Oh!
ゲームオーバーです。
Oh fuck.
落ち着け。心拍数のチェックはまだ続いているんだぞ。
Oh shit. Game over. I'm not your pal, guy.
分かってるよ。だがこいつが。
You don't refer to your fucking kid as koitsu. Shirabe seemed to barely even notice that he maxed out his terror gauge. He wasn't getting any less angry and Mai was still crying. I didn't like where this was going. Yeah, Mai did grab something that could have been dangerous when she shouldn't have. I could understand scolding her, but she's a kid, like Mitarashi said. But that's why her dad ought to be keeping an eye on her. Instead, he's just getting all angry and doesn't even seem to care whether she's okay or not. Are we going to rage? Are we going to get mad at Dad? No rage. Wow. This is the first time chat has decided no rage. Don't set off your Fitbit. It's true, we do have the Fitbit. But what if we raged out? We're safe? I mean, we've already lost. The game has already said we've lost. Because we already got the game over announcement from Shirabe. There is a child here. You need 3 people to lose. That's true. Might as well get mad for the lulz. I don't think we can get a game over that kind though. This is a visual novel, so we have to still continue through. All this will change is whether or not people like us. This is unfortunately not like Deathmark. It just ends there. Alright, you know what? I did the save, so... Let's do a... Wait, let me see. Okay, we can look from here. Let's do a get mad. We'll go back. Our official... Our official, action. Oh, that's funny. Our official action will be to stay calm, but... His shocked face is... His Ace Attorney face is pretty great. Adults are supposed to look after kids so they don't do stuff like that, right? I mean, you're her dad. You should have been paying attention to what she was doing. You didn't even ask if she was okay.
確かにお前さんの言う通りだ。これ。
You're not a terrible father. I should have been keeping an eye on her too. Just go easy on her, okay?
ゲームオーバーです。
We've gone full mom. We've become peak full mom. But we also lost the game. After this week, when everything is over, everyone has an intervention and tells her to attend anger management classes. I would love that ending. The anger ending. What? I jumped. I hadn't even noticed my alarm going off, but apparently I'd gotten excited enough to max out my gauge.
とにかく皆さん、一度落ち着いてください。みんな無事だったんです。それでよしとしようじゃありませんか。
本当にすまん。前のこととなると、どうしても気が気じゃなくなっちまう。
Alright, let's go back and load. Oh, hey! The game recognized that we actually did go through Get Mad at least once, because it became blue. So even though we reloaded an old file, the game was like, hey, yeah, you've done this before. Yeah, he's not worth the game over. We have our boyfriend to date instead. He's probably just scared and he doesn't want to admit it, so he gets angry instead. Oh, whoops. Then Mitarashi spoke up.
子供にそれは言い過ぎなんじゃねえか。俺たちがちゃんと見ててやらなかったのも悪いだろうが。
まあ、それはそうだが。
Okay, good. I'm glad Mitarashi said something. I let out a quiet sigh of relief. Mai is about to have another daddy. The real hero of this game is Mitarashi. Last chapter, he became official couple with the cop. This chapter, he's going to become official couple with the daddy.
はい。いい加減に泣き止むんだ。
What are you? I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but Shirabe lifted up his hand like he was about to hit Mai. There was no way I was going to let him do that, but Shido got to him first.
何を考えているんだ。よせ。
I liked it when he was shocked better, honestly. Shido's hand was wrapped tightly around Shirabe's wrist.
相手は子供なんだぞ。いい加減にしろ。
Oh.
ゲームオーバーです。
We got a game over anyway from Shido. Instead. Hiloya Red Waste. Well, Cop got jealous, because Cop was the official couple with the host. So he wanted to get in the couple too. They're now a throuple. We still got the game over. What? Shido's moment of heroism seemed to have maxed out his terror gauge.
すまん。俺のせいだ。
これで二人ゲームオーバーか。
That means if one more person gets a game over, we'd need to be especially careful. We went back to try and avoid the second game over, and we still got a game over.
とにかく皆さん、一度落ち着いてください。みんな無事だったんです。それでよしとしようじゃありませんか。
本当にすまん。前のこととなると、どうしても気が気じゃなくなっちまう。
And we're back on the path.
どう接していいのかわからないところもあってな。もう何年も離れて暮らしてるから、距離感がつかめないんだ。
おっさんよ、客に気にしすぎなんじゃねえの。なあ、マイ。
He censored himself. He censored himself over this. At least in this timeline, we don't get Daddy Bomb. Yeah, in this timeline, Daddy doesn't like us more for it. Her crying had finally stopped, and Mitarashi bent down to pat her gently on the head. Mita, mommy! It does seem like Shirabe and Mai aren't very close, though.
なぜ別々に暮らしているのかは知らないが、一緒にいればそのうち時間が解決してくれるさ。
そうだな。
Does everyone get turned on when you get mad? Is this how this game works? You know, it's true. Every time we've gotten mad at someone so far, we've gotten a positive reaction out of it. Like, obviously the exception is the pig, but I would not expect the pig to like us.
ひとまずまた探索しよ
う。ああ、刺激臭も収まってきた。
I do like that our heroine is not passive. Like in a lot of otome games, they're all more like, oh no, what should I do? And then just lets it hang there. But in this game, you can get mad at them for being dumb. And it's great. I won't lie, I'm having fun voicing her angry rants. We spent the next 45 minutes or so checking every corner, but we couldn't turn up anything that looks promising. Did you notice that all these knives and stuff are fake? They're glued to the table.
本物と言えるのはさっきの薬品の瓶だけか。
Yeah, and that makes them suspicious. Shirabe gathered up all the jars and arranged them on top of the surgery table.
う。瓶は全部で9本。そのうち1つはさっき割れたから。
残りは8本か。さ。
Each one's got a label on it. Nitric acid, saline solution, methanol.
ああ、全然わかんねえな。さっきのヒントって何だったっけ？
地を這い、天を仰げ。これがどういう意味を表すのか。
We all set to thinking about the hint, and silence fell over the room. Yeah, just breathe in that nitric acid, pour it all over. Can you imagine if the jar that the girl had grabbed, that Mai had grabbed, was the nitric acid? After a few minutes, I noticed that Mai, who seemed to have taken a liking to Mitarashi, was looking kind of puzzled. Well, she's just a kid. All of this stuff is probably really confusing. But as I kept watching, I realized she was also being pretty fidgety. Wait. Does the little girl need to pee, or is there something she wants to tell us? We got to do the mommy thing right, chat. How are we momming? Are they supposed to perform alchemy to summon Mai's mother? I hope not. I think they're supposed to mix her. They're supposed to do alchemy and combine her with a dog instead. Does she need to tell us that she needs to pee? Maybe. Kizuna does not like the idea of her turning into a chimera. Alright, is there something you want to tell us? She nodded nervously.
あのね、あそこに何か書いてあるよ。
あ？どこだ？
We're missing a dog? We are. So she's going to have to be she's going to have to be transformed with a pig. See? Exactly. We've got pigs all over the place.
あそこの下。
She pointed to the far side of the surgery table. Wakasa walked over and crouched down to take a look.
本当だ。何か書いてあるね。
You noticed that when you were hiding over there earlier? Good job, Mai. I patted her on the head and she giggled. That is a cute, cute face. Look at her. Oh my god, I am in love. Someone is going to suck and jail me for that.
一章三まるで血で書かれているようだが
I mean, that clearly is what crawl on the earth and look to heaven means, though. Because they only would have noticed this if they had bent down and looked up. You take back the previous daddy's OTP. Take a village to rip whole family. OTH. One true household. What looks like a crown and 3 drops of water. Oh no, we have to science again?
おお、それってあれだ。ほら、ダイニングメッセージってやつ。
So, I'm not exactly sure what the localized joke here is, but you could probably hear in the Japanese he said dining message. He messed up dying message. But I'm not sure what a low ranking table is supposed to be.
ダイイングメッセージ。
Shut up. That was in unison. That was great. They corrected him. They said it was dying, not dining, but... Low Rain King? Yeah, but what's the low? Hi, Zilo. Our date is going well? We are in the horror part of this amusement park. And we cannot have 3 people die. 2 people have already died. He knows how to get down. How are you doing today, Zilo?
そんなにそう突っ込みしなくたっていいだろ
う。まあまあ。どちらにしろ、このメッセージを書いた本人が亡くなっているかどうかもわかりませんし、単なる血文字ですね。
You finished the weekly Necrodancer races. You played bad but finished one at least. So I've been playing Necrodancer like in between during lunch breaks and like as an alternative to Minesweeper or Solitaire during work. I could definitely be doing better. Glad you finished one though. Yeah. Want to choose your tea? I'm thinking back to the last time you told me about your teas. It's after midnight for you, Hordian, so one with less caffeine, I think, would be best. You said the Marrakesh mint was calming for you, so go with that. Go with the mint. As we continued to discuss the meaning of the drawing, Shirabe began to mumble to himself.
なるほど。地を這い天を仰げってのはメッセージのありかを示す言葉だったのか。マイ、よくやったな。
Try the British one. Tea's British, don't you know? Mai smiled so wide I thought she was going to hurt herself, and Shirabe gave her a crooked grin, apparently in spite of himself.
んだ、 次の問題はこの一升3円ってやつだけどよ。これは一体何なんだ？
それはおそらく一升3円、つまり濃硝酸と濃塩酸を1対3の割合で混ぜるということだと思います。皆さんも学生の頃科学で習ったかもしれませんが、これは
I appreciate that the game makes it so you do not actually have to solve the puzzle. You're concerned that we're drinking your middle initial. Zelo. Like, your real name is like on your Twitter profile already. Making yourself real easy to stalk there.
王水か。
その通りです。
What's that?
王水とは通常の酸にも溶けない金やプラチナなどでさえ溶かすことができる酸化力の強い液体のことを言います。
Wait, this game wants us to do what now? That's why you have Chinook to keep them away. I don't know. That duck seems like... I love that duck emote, I'm not gonna lie. That duck seems more attractive than not.
つまりその割合で薬品を混ぜればその王水ができるということだな。
はい。
よし、早速やってみよう。
He picked up the 2 jars and looked around.
何か容器はないか？
Oh, how about this? I handed a beaker I'd found on the ground to Shido, and he nodded.
よし、念のためみんな離れていろよ。
He carefully measured out the right amounts of each substance and added them to the beaker, which was soon filled with a reddish-orange liquid.
さて、あとはこの王水をどうするかだが。
Shido and Shirabe looked thoughtful.
ああ、おそらくあの鍵穴のない錠前にかけるんだろうな。貸してくれ。
Shido did, and Shirabe walked over to the lock and upended the beaker of Aqua Regia over it. It's melting!
成功だね。
魔法みたい。
The melted log fell to the floor with a thud, and as it did, the PA crackled to life again.
人体実験室クリア。
よし、これで先に進める。行こう。
Yes, let's go, before a third person dies, because we're all fucked then. We began to file out the room, with Mai holding on to Mitarashi's hand and following behind him. Aw, that's kinda cute. Oh! A text from Uncle Keiji. I pulled out my phone and began to read.
状況は分かった。もしどうしても気になるなら、直接確かめてみるべきだ。
Yeah, I guess you're right. I took a deep breath and strode up to Shirabe. Can I ask you something?
ん？なんだ、お嬢ちゃん。
Is now really the right time to be saying, hey, you were being shady last night? Seriously? Everyone else had already left. We were alone. Last night I saw you talking to someone through the Hogstein statue. He blinked in surprise, but his face quickly twisted into a sour grimace.
参ったな。しかし、これは俺個人の問題だ。お前さんに何か言うつもりはない。
He started to move toward the exit. Wait!
くどいぞ。
Ass is a teenager after all. Yeah, unfortunately. We have to trust each other if we're going to cooperate, and we have to cooperate if we're going to get through the other attractions. If we don't trust each other, everything's going to fall apart. I want to trust you, but I can't do that if you're going to keep stuff from me like this. I planted my feet and looked him in the eye. Also, I might yell at you, and you don't want that, because then we're all gonna die. Shirabe stared back at me for a long moment, then rolled his eyes and let out an exasperated sigh.
確かに前のことでみんなに面倒をかけるのに自分が秘密を抱え込んでいるのはフェアじゃないな。
Well, spill it.
ああ。
By now, everyone else had made their way back into the room, possibly because they'd gotten tired of waiting for us.
一体どうしたんだ？
Well... I brought them up to speed quickly, and when I was finished, Shirabe began to speak.
俺はずっとある事件を追っている。ここに来たのも実は取材が目的じゃない。その事件絡みでだ。
You're imagining me trying to eye you down for a music game suggestion? So today, I was also looking at a bunch of other PS2 games. Because I figured a 5-hour stream of watching me die at Crypt of the Necrodancer probably wouldn't be too fun. So I have a couple of PS2 music games that I might throw on depending on how well they work. Please don't give me more, Zelo. I already can't play Pump right now. Am I kidding? That's the Necrodancer experience. 70% enjoy jams, 30% enjoying death. Reverse those numbers, Guinea. Reverse those numbers. Max 1 and 2 US home version or bust. Two things. One, I don't have a PS2 here. The consoles I have are the SNES Classic and the PS3. Two, I do not have a capture card. Three, I don't have a dance mat. Four, I live on the top floor of an apartment building. I'm not dancing. 0.3% enjoying deaths. Sorry, percent 0.3 enjoying deaths, percent 0.7 enjoying jams. Okay, you got me there, Guinea. But yeah, DDR is never going to be a thing, unfortunately.
ある日 M2 と名乗る謎の人物から電話があってな。オープニングイベントに来れば真実がわかると言われたんだ。
It's never about the game, it's about the streamer, Hordian. Yes, but you know, if you're not into the game, I mean, it's kind of hard to talk about stuff too with the streamer, you know? It'd be fun to watch anything I play, really. I kind of doubt that chat would have fun watching me play any 4X games. Like, I'm not very good at 4X games.
ゆうべワルドブーのやつと話をしていたのはその M2 がワルドブーなのかを確認したかったからだ。
You don't know a soul who doesn't enjoy watching Necrodancer, though. That's fair, the runs were fun to watch.
まあ結局とぼけられちまったんだが。
He sighed and scratched at his beard.
誓って言うが裏切り者ってのは俺のことじゃないぜ。
まあそうだよね。もし裏切り者が調べさんなら舞ちゃんを巻き込むわけないし。
I mean, he could be the traitor because Mai got caught up in this. What horrors have been unleashed? Zelo has unleashed so many horrors. So I posted this on Twitter, but one of the PS2 games I was looking at is a rhythm game where you don't push buttons. You move the analog sticks in time with the movements of the dance on the screen. And we probably remember how much I enjoyed the analog stick minigame in Sakura Wars. That's a lot of what Gitaru Man does. Gitaru Man is also on the list. The game I posted was Unison, but Gitaru Man is also on the list. Sounds painful? Yeah, we're all here to watch me in pain, basically. You're watching my stream because I'm a nice person. You followed me from Punchy's chat. Yeah, I know you were in Punchy's chat. I don't know how much fun it is to watch me playing 4X games badly, though. You know, like some games you watch because you want to watch people be good at the game. 4X games are one of those, I think. Like, I also have like a bunch of building games like City Skyline, Project High Rise, that kind of thing. But I don't have the patience for micromanagement anymore. So those games, it would not be fun to watch me play. It'd be just chat yelling at me, "You should be doing this." Some games are for the mean/deaths though. That's exactly what Unison is for, honestly. You're right. I'm sorry I suspected you, Shirabe.
いや、俺も隠していて悪かった。
Then the pig was lying about there being a traitor. My uncle's advice had been right on the money. All of my fears about Shirabe were gone.
さて、改めて先を急ごう。タイムリミットまであと2時間しかない。
Right. Let's go. Play 4X with people from the chat? See, I don't know if I'd have... Whoa!
案内板の情報からすれば、これが最後の部屋のはずだ。
Just because you're standing in the center does not mean I did not see those creepy eyes outside the window, my dude. I don't know how much fun it'd be for me to play too, is what I'm saying. Like, I genuinely believe that if... Like, as much as, like, suffering is fun to watch, if the streamer's not having fun with the game, it's no fun to watch someone being frustrated. And I would like you guys to enjoy my suffering instead of being frustrated with my suffering, is what I'm saying. Records, right? Yep. Creepy eyes, creepy eyes, creepy eyes. There were several wooden desks spaced evenly throughout the room. On top of each one was a mountain of documents and old computers. Surrounding the desks were rows of bookshelves.
あそこに何かある。
Are you pointing at the creepy eyes? Because I see the creepy eyes. On top of one of the desks was a treasure chest about the size of an open hand. Next to it was a pair of clippers.
この宝箱、机に固定されてやがる。
Are we gonna have to defuse a bomb?
本当だ。動かないね。
ちょっと待て。無理に動かすな。
Everyone else stepped back as Shido approached the box and slowly opened the lid.
これは。
あ？なんだこれ。変な機械が入ってんな。
That is a fucking bomb. How do you not know what a bomb looks like, my dude? Cut the red wires. Plot twist. The creepy eyes are just an internet modem in another room. Ah, yes. If we cut the wires to the internet, the bomb will be defused. Inside was a smaller box with several colorful wires sprouting out of it. The wires ran to an LCD panel that read 1456. As we watched, it changed to 1455, then 1454. Oh no.
次元爆弾だな。
まさかこのアトラクションを吹き飛ばすための。
いや、待てって。まだ2時間残ってんだろ。
But the timer only has 14 minutes.
さらば血塗られたホスピタルよ。私は全ての罪と引き換えに この煉獄から解放される。
The voice of the announcer filled the room and then was gone.
思い出した。
何をです？
確かゲームでは研究者だった主人公が脱出するとき、ゾンビ研究のすべてを吹き飛ばすために病院を爆破するんだ。
They skipped the part where they had to find the right person for bomb. They did, but instead we now have bomb. This is a VN. No way a timer shows up on screen, right? I don't think a timer will show up on screen. But who knows? Maybe the game decides to actually put effort into the game part.
それが血まみれホスピタルのエンディングだった。
Sarabara is such a nice word. Live or die. No thank you, no thank you. Saraba, so Saraba means farewell. And da is just like the ending. So this is farewell is what Saraba da means.
なるほど。つまりこれが最後の仕掛け。そして俺たちがするべきはこのニッパーで配線を切って次元爆弾を止めることか。
配線は全部で7本か。この中に間違いが一体何本入ってるのか。
もしかして正解の確率は7分の1だったりして。
Why is everything 7?
落ち着け。危険な時ほど冷静になるべきだ。まずはクリア失敗の条件を一度整理してみよ
う。まず心拍数が高くなりすぎて恐怖ゲージのアラームが振り切れたらアウトです。
Would I prefer 4 and getting bad luck? I had to think about that for a moment. Would I prefer 4? I might prefer 4.
すでに2人がアウトになっているので、あと1人でクリア失敗です。
4 seems more creepy, you know? This is a death game we're in.
次に次元爆弾のタイマーが0になったらクリア失敗。あと13分しかないよ。
And if we cut the wrong wires, then we're really in trouble.
つまりそれって結局どういうことだ？
要は心拍数が増加しないよう落ち着いて時間ギリギリまで粘ってどの配線をカットするかを決めるってことだな。
Well, I mean, 2 people are already game overed, right? So they can get scared all the fuck they want.
その通りだ。カットする配線のヒントを得るためにアナウンスの文章から怪しい部分を洗い出そう。
These 2 people, in fact. Just throw the bomb out the window. Ah, yes!
血塗られたホスピタルよ。私はすべての罪と引き換えにこの煉獄から解放される。
The box is glued to the desk, but the bomb isn't, right? So take the bomb, throw it out the window at the thing with the creepy red eyes, and all our problems are solved. Exactly, Silo.
煉獄ってなんだろう。
本来ならダンテの新曲に出てくる場所の名前だが、まあこの場合は病院のことを指してるんだろうな。新曲ってのは地獄編、煉獄編、天国編の3部構成からなる叙事詩だ。このアトラクションの入り口に書かれてた一切の希望を捨てよって言葉もその一節だ。
Shirabe tapped his middle finger against his forehead as he spoke.
煉獄ってのは生前に罪を犯した者が罪を償う場所を言う。罪とされるのは傲慢、嫉妬、憤怒、怠惰、貪欲、暴食、色欲。
俗に言う7つの大罪か。
よくわかんねえけど、アナウンスで言ってる罪ってのは何なんだ？
このゲームの主人公はここで働いていた研究者の一人なんだ。
Why
軍の
is
命令
it?
で人体実験を繰り返し、不死の存在ゾンビを作り出してた。
You know what would solve all our problems? If people stop fucking messing with human life. And I don't mean like stem cell research and abortions and genetics. I mean fucking zombies. Stop trying to bring things back to life. Then you wouldn't have problems like the dog girl.
記憶を失った状態で病院内を探索してた主人公は自分の研究日誌を見つけて読み返すことで記憶を取り戻していく。
It started with Jesus. God damn it, I can't even argue that. Beer would solve your problems right now and you almost bought some yesterday? You should buy some when you go buy tea, Hordian. But dinosaurs. No, see, dinosaurs are fine, Pancat. I'm complaining about bringing humans back to life. Bring the dinosaurs back to life. We all good on that one.
ってことは罪ってのは
ゾンビを生み出す研究、人体実験のことだろうね。
アナウンスの解読はひとまずこんなところか。あとはこの資料室の探索だな。時間がない。手分けしていこう。
You wish drinks could solve the weather problem right now. It's picking up out there. It's getting hotter in Texas. Like here in New York, it's still really cold actually. Like high 40s kind of cold. Right. We all ran off to different parts of the room and began looking desperately for anything that might give us the hint we needed. I'm not seeing anything. The books and stuff are all fake and the computer won't even turn on. It's actually raining hard with hard wind right now. Oh, that kind of picking up. Okay. Yeah, that's not a fun kind of picking up. I grabbed the drawer, expecting it to be fake too, and was surprised when it opened. Ah!
どうしました？
There's a notebook in here. It says research notes. I lifted it out carefully as everyone crowded in around me. It's got 5 of these pieces of colored paper stuck in it. What do you think they mean? How has no one noticed? Yes, no one has commented on the glowing eyes that have just been staring at them the entire time they've been in this fucking room. Research notes down in VHS forwards, so shaking your VHS. Those eyes! He
その付
covered
箋
it.
のページを開いてみてくれ。
Yes, those eyes! Those eyes, Eloyo! Tell me I'm not just seeing things. They're seeing things. I did as he suggested and found a page full of scribbled notes with one word circled in what looked like blood.
何これ、気持ち悪い。
どうやら付箋のついたページそれぞれに丸がつけられているようだな。丸がついてる言葉は何だ？
Recording light on cameras. That's a truck backing up. Beep, 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 beep. That's not the alarm. That has always been the truck backing up the entire time.
妬まれて、憤った、怠けた、暴れて、色の。嫌な言葉ばっかじゃん。
人体実験の罪の重さで気が変になっていたのかもしれないね。
Wait. The others were still gathered around the notebook discussing it. But I felt as if I was on the verge of some sort of mental breakthrough. Oh yes, we're gonna get bombhead! We're gonna bomb ahead! I feel like I've heard these words before. Yeah! Bombhead! You're afraid that we're gonna get angry at Miyoshi? We're going to what, Zoku? So, when she does this explosive insight thing, normally her hair is flat, like the mushroom head bowl cut, but when she does this explosive insight thing, she has a hair sticking up. She gets the idiot hair, but it makes her look like a bomb. She goes Super Saiyan. There were 5 circled words in the journal: jealousy, fury, neglect, indulgence, and seduction. I feel like I've seen something like them before. You were hoping there was another reason I was saying I was gonna get bomb head. When we first got here, we found the treasure chest on the desk, but it ended up being a time bomb. This is the last puzzle. If we can figure out which wires to cut, we'll have beaten this attraction. The announcement mentioned Purgatory, which is from the Divine Comedy, I think. It's probably Divine Comedy. Purgatory is where the people who have committed some of the 7 deadly sins go when they die. The main character in the game this was based on worked at the hospital. His sin was creating zombies and performing human experimentation. So why do those words from the journal seem familiar? Like, we only need to get one right thing. It gives us 3 things. So I'm just gonna go ahead and select one last one at random. Because someone watched FMA. Oh, it was the 7 deadly sins instead of. That's interesting. I mean, yeah, those were all alternative words for the 7 deadly sins. Jealousy being envy, indulgence being greed. Look at the words he circled. Aren't these like basically synonyms for some of the sins?
何？
嫉妬、憤怒、怠惰、暴食、色欲。そうか。確かに言われてみれば同じだな。
しかし、高慢と貪欲が足りないようだが。
Oh, we were missing greed. Jealousy is envy, fury is wrath, neglect is sloth, indulgence is gluttony. Okay.
あのさ、同じって言えばノートについてる付箋の色も爆弾の配線と同じ色だよね。
Right.
よし、いいぞ。もう爆弾の配線は7本。それと同じ色の付箋が5つある。赤と青の2本分が足りない。付箋の言葉は5つの罪に対応している。高慢と貪欲の2つが足りない。
とするとだ。この赤と青の配線が高慢と貪欲に当たるってことか。
この2本切りゃタイマーが止まるのか？
This guy has never experienced a bomb.
いや、焦るな。ただ単にヒントに対応していない配線を見つけただけだ。おい、残りの時間は
6 minutes.
まごまごしてる暇はねえぜ。ここはかけるべきなんじゃねえのか？
Mai jumped at Mitarashi's change in tone and took a step back from him.
くそ。どこかに何か決定的な情報が隠されているはずなんだが。
The ticking clock was making everyone frantic, and I could tell we were quickly losing focus. He's getting a crash course in bombs. I need to calm down. I was trying desperately to get my thoughts in order when Shido caught my eye.
おい、ここまでで何か気になった点はないか？時間がない今、お前のひらめきにかけたい。
Why are you guys all relying on a fucking high school girl for this? What? Oh man, what am I gonna do? Are we gonna tell them to do their work? We've seen how useless they are. It is true. Everyone except the main character is useless. Pancat's calling the blue wire? Alright. Well, leave it to us then. Got it. I'll do my best. I gave him a firm nod.
念のため俺たちも一緒に考えよう。
Yeah. Maybe there's something in that announcement that we missed, or something else we skipped over. I mean, there has to be. These puzzles are tough, but they're solvable. Back to bombheads. There's still something we're missing. Maybe it's in that announcement. Farewell, blood-stained hospital. All these sins are yours, so that I might escape this purgatory. We matched the 7 deadly sins to the words circled in the journal. The journal only had 5 sins though: envy, wrath, sloth, gluttony, and lust. We compared the colored paper to the colored wires, which gave us 2 leftover wires. That means the red and blue wires that don't match up to the journal correspond to pride and greed. But that still doesn't tell us which wires to cut. How are we supposed to figure it out? So I cannot save during this part, apparently. Oh, hey! If I press triangle over the highlighted words, we get additional information. Hospital. That seems pretty straightforward. I mean, we're in the hospital after all. All these sins. Which sins is this talking about? Probably the sins. Some of the words in the journal were sort of synonyms for some of the 7 deadly sins. The journal belongs to the main character of the game this was based on, the guy we heard over the PA. The sins. Colored were purple, orange, green, yellow, and pink. Colored wires were purple, orange, green, yellow, pink, red, and blue. These don't matter. Pride is not about lions. Greed is pretty common sin these days, but I guess it always is. I'm pretty sure it's all these sins. Cut all the wires. And that did not matter. So I'm gonna throw pride and greed there. Because one of them's gotta be it, right? I don't think it's the colored pages. It might be the journal. But probably pride and greed. You can hear the gears turning. I have no gear. I have 1 gear in my head. It just spins uselessly. See, the annoying part is you only need 1 thing to get it right, but the game gives you 3 slots. And it's nice, it gives you more of a chance to get it right. But then I overthink things. I had all these sins from the start. But I overthink things and start wondering, what if it's not all these sins? Yeah, the game wants to make it easy for you to... Like, the game knows it's about reading the story. It's not about playing a game. That's it! All these sins! It has to mean that we're supposed to cut all the sins in the journal. That's the answer.
それだ。みんなもそれでいいな。
ああ、乗ったぜ。
おそらくそれで間違いないだろう。
乗った。
僕も賛成だよ。
マイも。
よし、俺たちはお前のひらめきに乗る覚悟を決めた。
Excuse
恨みっ
me.
こはなしだ。
Why is the fortune teller not happy? Why is the fortune teller going ... He grinned and picked up the clippers. There were 4 minutes left on the clock.
いいか、恐怖ゲージを振り切らないよう、みんな落ち着けよう。 切るぞ。
Slowly and carefully, Shido cut each wire, avoiding the red and blue ones.
次で最後だな。
His fortunes were wrong.
ああ、行くぞ。
With a snap, the clippers cut through the last wire. No!
なんでだよ。なんでタイマーが止まらねえんだ。
The time was still counting down.
クリア失敗になっていないということは、ここまでは間違いじゃない。だが、
Does this mean one of the remaining wires needs to be cut too?
もうどっちか決めて切っちゃうしかないよ。
Wakasa moaned.
このままクリア失敗するよりはマシかも。
いや、だがしかし。
よし、赤だ。俺の感じは怪しいのは赤だ。貸せ。
He's gonna blow us all up. He lunged forward to take the clippers from Shido. Wait!
時間がねえっつうのは。
Someone didn't stop him. He was going to cut it. I leapt toward Mitarashi.
いいえ、青です。
Should have known the Necrodancer and taken Blast Helm for explosion protection. He's not letting us go mad. He stepped in. At last, Urabe spoke.
浦部君まろ。その根拠は何だ？
The journal cover was blue. To be fair, how many times has my gut gotten me blown up? If we count in games, too many to count.
日誌の色です。見てください。
It's blue?
人体実験のことを綴ったこの日誌は、それ自体が持ち主の罪だと言えるでしょう。だから、最後の答えは青です。
There was something oddly certain about his tone.
なるほどな。だがお前さん、なんでそれに気づいた？
Shirabe? He didn't look happy.
おいおい、残り2分だぜ。どうすんだよ。
Shido turned to face Urabe as well.
王水の化学式も今思えば唐突だったな。
Do we have time for a cross-examination? Apparently we do.
それってどういうこと？二人とも何が言いたいんだよ。
I didn't know what was going on, but I could feel a knot beginning to form at the bottom of my stomach.
それは
Can we stop the bomb from blowing up?
それは私こそが裏切り者だからです。
Can we just appreciate these three faces in the back here? Cool beans! He's the traitor. What? All around the room, eyes widened in shock. At least their teeth are clean before they blow. The Pocky didn't drop. Yeah, the Pocky's still in his mouth. He clearly wasn't as shocked as he was when we yelled at him. It's only chapter 3, too soon. Yeah, we've got more chapters to go through. But that was just something Hogstein said to shake us up. His sad expression was enough to confirm my worst fears. No, this can't be happening. I was still reeling when Shido spoke up.
わかった。理由は後で聞こう。今は時間がない。
He reached for the blue wire.
ちょっと自分で裏切り者だって言ってる人の言葉信じちゃうの？
What should we do? Alright, are we gonna trust the fortune teller? Are we gonna trust the orb? Or are we gonna think about it some more? Fucking cut it. Trust, get it out. No time. It's true, we have no time. Guys, I think we should trust Urabe.
ちょっと待ってよ。これで決まっちゃうんだよ。もっとちゃんと考えた方が良くない？
Yeah, but he's gonna die too, technically. Unless he has like some bullet blast proof
ゆっ
suit
く
on
り考
him.
えてる暇はない。一番可能性が高いと思える答えを選ぶべきだと思う。
Yeah. I felt someone looking at me and turned around. Oh no, she's finally seeing the eyes. Urabe? He didn't say anything, but I thought I saw the hint of a smile in his eyes. What was that heart thing? Why does he like us? Best odds from the guy who said it was 50-50. People who have sinned are way more trustworthy. That's an interesting way to look at it. We had less than a minute left on the timer. We had to make a decision, the red wire or the blue one.
俺は腹を決めたぜ。こいつが裏切り者だろうがなんだろうが信じるしかねえんだろ。
With his ultimatum given, Mitarashi turned his back to the bomb and sat down cross-legged on the floor. Well, if everything blows up, chat, if things go to hell, he's gonna be the meat shield first anyway.
おじちゃん？
おじちゃんじゃねっつうの。お兄ちゃん。
We're bros. Do you say that to a little girl? We're bros. He lifted Mai up onto his knee and put a protective arm around her.
まあそういうことだな。
Wait, no, you're sitting right in front of the bomb. Take her away off your fucking knee! He nodded and moved to stand between Mitarashi and the bomb in what was likely a vain attempt to shield her from the blast.
切るぞ。
Oh, okay, he's not sitting in front of the bomb. Shido is going to cut it. He looked around us around at us one last time, and we all nodded. He gave up his daughter's nose. He did. Mitarashi's cleavage has been getting more visible, it feels like. Someone who has never sinned never took a decision which they will regret. That's interesting, but there are also people who have sinned and do not regret their actions. It's an interesting philosophical question for sure. Shido held the clippers up to the wire, squeezed the grip, and cut it.
爆発は起こらない。
タイマーは残り5秒で止まってる。
We had literally no time left.
ってことは。
See? Look how far down that's gone. We'd done it. Smiles began to break out when... Okay.
ワルドブ
No! The timer suddenly started to count down again. And before we knew it, the numbers hit 0.
ゲームステージ3クリア失敗。
The announcement hit me like a punch to the stomach.
そんなあれが正解だと昨夜あなた自身が口にしたではありませんか。
It was extremely rigged. His voice was a mix of anger and desperation.
念のためお寺をかけて嘘をついたのです。昨日連絡を取った時にあなたの様子が怪しかったので、正解は全ての配信をアップするでした。アナウンスが言ってたでしょ。全ての罪と使いに。
Hashtag pigged.
すべての配線だと。じゃあ付箋が2つ足りなかったのも日誌が青かったのもすべてブラフだったってのか。
まさかこんなくだらない、いやむしろ奴らしい。気づいて叱るべきだった。
It was all a trick? I didn't know what else to say.
のんびりしててもいいのかな。
Shouldn't you all be, I don't know, running for your lives about now? Thank you, Hogsine. It's true. That's right. We failed, so the bombs were about to go off.
おい、脱出するぞ。脱出って言っても。
Since Hogsine's revelation, Urabe had looked empty and beaten, but now he's suddenly straightened up.
こちらです。
He headed over to a nearby bookshelf and tapped one of the books. The entire shelf slid to the side, revealing a doorway.
扉が。ここから外に出られます。皆さん、早く。
We didn't wait for him to say it twice and ran through the door as fast as we could.
とにかく走れ。
おう、前振り落とされないようにしっかり捕まってろよ。
He's carrying her. Where's Urabe? I looked back over my shoulder.
すみませんでした。
I wasn't even sure I'd heard it. Urabe? His name was barely out of my mouth when I heard an explosion. Not even a second later, the shockwave hit, throwing me forward. Smoke instantly filled the hallway, and I stumbled forward, blinded. I can't keep going. But just as I was about to collapse, I felt someone grab my hand.
大丈夫？
Yeah, I'm... Miyoshi, what are you doing here?
そんなことより今は急がないと。
I focused on his hand, picked myself up, and began to run again. We hadn't gone very far before I heard another explosion from behind us. The blast slammed into me, and I felt my body begin to fall when... Miyoshi? He wrapped his arms around me and turned his back to the explosion. Are you okay?
大丈夫。少し打っただけ。
He was trying to protect me from the explosion. You wonder if boyfriend would be different if we were on a different guy route? It's a fair question. I also wonder if Urabe was an option at all if he just died in the explosion. Another blast hit us, far more powerful than the others, and then everything went dark. That's just a crater now.
おい、大丈夫か。
That actually had a building there before, but it's just a fucking crater now. The gamer body is not designed for this. We need the meat shield. Meat shield would still be the meat shield. Meat shield is everyone's meat shield. Rebranding as a mood attraction now. My eyes fluttered open, and I saw Shido bending over me. The smoke had cleared, so I figured I must have been out for a little while. What happened to the hospital?
ご覧のざまだぜ。
I spun around. Mitarashi was right. There was nothing left but a mass of twisted, smoking debris. Oh, gosh. I tried to stand up, but the escape had taken all I had in me, and my legs just didn't have the strength. Everyone else was silent. Wait, Urabe! What about Urabe?
どこにも見当たらない。脱出途中に一人別の道を行ったのかもしれないな。おそらく無事だとは思うが。
No. I bit my lip.
ち、あいつ妙に一人で抱え込んでる感じだったよな。
みたらしさん、大丈夫？
How did they survive something that created a huge crater? Pancat. The answer's right there on the screen to the right. They had the human meat shield. He tanked it for them.
大丈夫だ。ちょっと腹をやっちまったみたいだな。
See? The next voice I heard was one I would have been happy to never hear again.
すごい爆発だったのに、なんと全員ぶつかったとは非常に残念でした。
貴様、よくも舞を巻き込んでくれたな。これは俺たち7人のゲームだったはずだ。舞を巻き込むのはルール違反だろう。
いやいやいや、びっくりしたのは私の方ですとも。まさか小さい女の子が巻き込んでるなんて思いもしないじゃないですか。これは想定外だったですよ。
Well, now we're back to 7 players, so it works.
監視しているくせによく言う。
むしろ8人でゲームに挑むなんて逆にルール違反で一つや二人しまってしかいけないです。しかしまあ、お邪魔な角からどうしたことか。
As the pig's gaze turned toward her, Mai scurried around behind Mitarashi.
そうだ。それじゃあ、その子の参加者としてゲームに加えちゃいましょう。
Oh shit, Zila, what did you do?
そちらは仲間が一人増えてラッキー。こちらは一人多く始末できてラッキー。まさに誰も損しないアイデアです。
おいおい、相手は子供なんだぜ。
You did nothing. You clearly influenced a pig here. It was Meat Shield's fault. You should just let Mai leave the park.
何をどういうか、もう決定事項です。
He wasn't going to let Mai go. I felt my hands balling into fists. MC might be a questionably teenager, but the kid is clearly not dateable. Yeah, no, the kid is definitely not dateable. He doesn't listen to us at all, and he barely follows his own rules, just makes stuff up as he goes along. He's all excited about off-being someone else? That's awful! What a jerk! Putting a little girl like mine in that kind of danger is just... Pancat already wants to get mad, guys. Are we yelling at the pig? We are yelling at the pig, apparently. You're gonna try and force a little kid to play your sick game? Adults are supposed to help and protect kids, not try and kill them. What is wrong with you? You're carrying a cigar! It's true, he is. The cigar is also just hockey. I frowned.
Huh?
What? That felt almost serious. He was gone, and the screen flickered off. We all sat down, exhausted. The game of the day had been beaten, but Urabe... We hadn't been able to stop the bomb, and Urabe had disappeared. We didn't even know if he was alive. I'm not sure how long we sat there before Shiro suggested we go get something to eat. I didn't feel very hungry, but Mai, apparently oblivious to the larger things at stake, was starving. Okay, that's not fair. She's been eating fucking Pocky for 3 days. Let the kid eat. We lumbered to our feet and headed in that direction. As soon as we stepped inside the restaurant, Miyoshi headed over to one of the piglets and began discussing something with it. What are they talking about? It didn't take long for me to find out.
黒子に治療を頼んだ。みたらしさんの。
え？
怪我辛そうだから。
A piglet approached and gestured for Mitarashi to accompany it.
もうちょっと行ってくるわ。
You could go for some Pocky now? Always bromance time, Pants. We nodded and he disappeared off into the kitchen. Oh no. Tonight's dinner is gonna be meat chilled.
とにかく今は明日のためにも何か腹に入れないとな。
そうだな。
We'd all ordered and begun to eat when Mitarashi returned. Dinner was quiet, unlike the night before, but it was hardly surprising. One of our companions had gone missing. Bromance! There's no need to feel down, I said bromance. That image, the smoking wreckage of the hospital, refused to leave my mind. Are we sure we're the main character and not Mitarashi? Honestly, I'm not sure. The more we play this game, the more I think Mitarashi is the main character. Nobody's talking. I looked around the table. Everyone's expression was dark and gloomy.
浦部さんってさ。
What?
いや、やっぱなんでもない。
He shook his head and tried to go back to eating.
なあ、ほら。きっと奴にもなんか事情があったんだろうぜ。なあ。
そんなの本人がいないんじゃ本当のことはわからないよ。
そりゃそうだけどよ。
しかし、奴のおかげで結果的に俺たちは助かった。一人も欠けることなくここにいる。
Yeah, he saved our lives. That seemed to end the conversation, and we went back to eating in silence. They're probably all wondering what to do next too. I hoped Urabe was safe.
そういや、ワルド部のやつ、妙なことを言ってたな。
他の生贄なんて求めてない。
それのどこが妙なんだよ。
裏を返せば、俺たちのことは生贄として求めているとも取れるからな。
なるほどな。あいつ、てっきり当てずっぽで俺たちを選んだもんだとばかり思ってたけどよ。
もしかしたら、俺たちは生贄として意図的にこのランドに集められた可能性があるんじゃないか？
Wait, but we volunteered for this. Shido had been running security, and Wakusa had been invited as a celebrity guest. Miyoshi had come for exclusive DLC, and I was pretty sure Mitarashi had come just because he wanted to be there for the opening of a new park. And Shirabe had been brought to the park by a mysterious phone call. We certainly wouldn't think these guys had anything in common by looking at them. Was there something else going on? Something behind the games that we couldn't see? We finished our meals and split up to go look for Urabe before the hotel docked. But either he wasn't out there or didn't want to be found, and we met back at the dock, exhausted.
残念だが、これ以上探している時間はなさそうだな。
No.
そうだな。明日もゲームは続く。体を休める必要もある。
もう失敗はできねえ。二度とな。
ああ。
With heavy hearts, we ended our search and headed into the hotel. Where did you go? We were all way too exhausted to carry on any sort of conversation, so after short goodbyes, we headed off to our rooms. I collapsed into my bed as soon as I was close enough to it to do so, expecting that I'd be asleep in minutes, but that didn't happen. I wonder where Urabe is. I kept thinking about him and about the hospital getting blown up. Why was Urabe working with Hogstein? And why'd that stupid pig have to blow up part of Uncle Keiji's park after he'd worked so hard on it? Maybe if I'd just tried harder. I've got too much to think about. No way I'm getting to sleep. I sat up and sighed. I wonder if anybody else is having trouble sleeping. I didn't want to be a whiner, but I felt like I had to talk about this stuff with someone. Wait, what? What? Kizuna with a nice. I did not make that selection. I swear, guys. Urabe was missing. And I didn't make that selection. I want to focus on Urabe being gone. And then all of a sudden, yeah, I guess we're on his route. Who'd be visiting me this late? I opened the door to find...
Yeah.
Miyoshi? Is something wrong?
気になってへこんでるんじゃないかって。
Oh, you were worried.
いや、そういうわけでもない。っていうか、その、君は仲間の中でも重要な戦力になってるし。
You're feeling sad. Time to make some moves. Depression time is time for a break.
そんな君がへこんでいたらまずいなって。
Oh, well, thank you.
その、
Yes?
ゲームでもそうなんだけど、仲間は誰一人欠けてもうまくいかないものなんだ。そういう意味で言うなら、今僕たちは絶対絶命のピンチにある。
Yeah, without Urabe.
そう。それは悲しいことだけど、もしそれでさらに君が戦力にならなくなったら、みんなおしまいだろ。
Maybe he's trying to date everyone too. Is he trying to cheer me up? He had a strange way of going about it, but something about his attempt was kinda cute.
何が言いたいかというと、僕なんかより君は大事な存在なんだからさ。
We didn't see the dead body, so by game logic, he might be alive. Yeah, he might be. Or maybe the only way to save him would have been to go on his route. Who knows? We didn't even find his crystal ball, it's true. Oh, come on, you're plenty important.
ありがとう。
Thank you, too. I smiled and he quickly looked away.
とにかく、ほら、早く寝なよ。僕も寝るからさ。
Right. Thanks a bunch, Miyoshi. Make sure you get lots of sleep so you're ready for tomorrow.
ああ。それがきっと彼の望みだと思うよ。
With that, he turned and left. He didn't die, he was just defeated for now. Ah yes, we just need to buy a Phoenix down. There's a little bit of him in all of us. Mostly in health. But in all of us. Alright. Time for me to get some sleep. You know, when they say spread someone's ashes, I'm not sure that's what they mean. I was going to need my rest, so the sooner I got into bed, the better.
お姉ちゃん。
Hey! We get a bed buddy!
一緒に寝てもいい？
Oh shit, chat, we're on the my route. We're on the my route. Of course. I mean, if it's okay with your dad.
うん、大丈夫。
Too young. He did say they don't live together, so maybe she feels kind of uncomfortable staying with him. White man with free candy, Jack. We are now mom. Okay, let's get in bed then. I tucked her in, then turned off the lights and climbed into bed myself. This is kind of like having a little sister. Mai was already snoring softly. I let my eyes drift closed. For the rest of my life, I would never forget the taste of that ice cream.
お兄ちゃん、次何に乗る？次はコーヒーカップにしよう。ちょっと
Wait,
待って
that's
あな
interesting.
たたち。そんなにいっぺんに乗り物に乗ったらすぐに疲れちゃうわよ。
So if you heard the Japanese, when they said teacups, they said coffee cups. I didn't realize that the teacup rides, like the spinning teacups, is called coffee cup in Japanese, like the ride. That's interesting.
そうだぞ。まだ時間もたっぷりあるさ。アイスクリームでも食べて休憩しよ
ママが買ってきてあげる。何味がいい？僕チョコレート。あかねはバニラ。
We saw Akane. Zero escape confirmed.
どうぞ。いただきます。いただきます。
You can go to Babeland and Duke Nukem 3D where they have the D cup ride. Okay, I think we're officially on his route because he's showing up now. That's it. That phone's gonna have to keep on ringing for a bit because that was the end of stage 3. Oh yeah, we are definitely on his route. Look, he's showing up. We know what that means. We're on his route, guys. That said, we're gonna call this it for the stream today. I went, holy fuck, I went at least 40 minutes longer than I planned to. Because we finished one chapter early, so we figured we may as well do the next one. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. Thank you for going through that ridiculousness with me. We got ourselves a gamer boyfriend, chat, but we still have to survive the death games. We'll be back with more of this tomorrow. Let's see if I can raid anyone. Ooh. Someone is streaming Dream Daddy. I know I'm going to raid Ek. I mean, if no one is going to send me to raid Ek, then I actually want to try and raid some smaller streamers. I spend a lot of my days, like work days, exploring smaller streamers on Twitch. Just it's kind of nice, like seeing smaller streamers what they're doing. But if someone wants to go raid Ek, you got the points. Go ahead and use them. Otherwise, I'm typing in /raid. What's her name? Lauren Marigold. And we're going to get some more men on men lovin'. Thanks for stopping by, chat. Have a good night. And just say no to little girls.